2, and that'll be good enough. I want to keep the marathon on schedule here, because that.
How does it feel to be in right? What fate so certain? How can it change a thing if your mind has to read?
Alright, looks like I'm alive, but go ahead and just watch the rest of this intro, because it's sweet. Alright, Persona Q2. Pretty much the last 3DS game that ever came out. And is a cursor memory, auto map, movement, run, battle speed fast. And is basically Etrian Odyssey and Persona put together. We're going to play on the hardest difficulty, because why not? We are going to be long lore, even though we're not really going to do too much lore with this. I'll explain things, but we're not going to see all of the cutscenes. Oh, I guess that would be a timer start. Oh well, whatever, it doesn't matter. I actually forgot where the timer started. This has fusions. Has personas and fusions, but not actual demon party members. But yeah, this is this has a pretty banging soundtrack. But yeah, you can set personas onto your characters to give them some extra skills, but they always have their base skills. So this is kind of just a fan game of sorts with the Persona series, and this is going to be 3, 4, and 5 together, but the Persona 4 and Persona 3 party members aren't going to show up until later, so it's pretty much just going to be the P5 cast to start with. Personas are kind of like Grimoires from Untold. Except you fuse 2 different personas to get something completely different, instead of getting a combination of the 2. But yeah, they just get sent into this new area. I have no idea what's going on. We get caught by the police of this random new area, but they have no idea what's going on. gotta run away. Why is it Makoto? It's not Makoto. I do use Makoto in the run. Yeah, you have this front and back row thing that actually doesn't do as much as you would expect it to. In this game in particular. There is a damage reduction with the back row, and you don't get a damage penalty by hitting things in the back row with like a physical. Unlike PQ1 and every other E-Train. Yeah, that was just a tutorial fight right there. My notes for that is just throw out whatever. No waifu wars, because everyone knows that the best is Koromaru. Who immediately goes into the party because he's amazing. So here's the beginning of that intro that we saw a bit. Oh, I hit the save button. They get stuck into this movie theater, and they notice that they were in a theater, and they see this thing called Doe. John Doe. It's really weird. So yeah, they're kind of stuck in this movie theater world with a movie that's going on about Kamoshida being a hero, and the Persona 5 cast kind of went through this thing where their teacher Kamoshida was like an actual asshole and an awful person. So seeing them as a hero is very unsettling. To say the least. And then they were saying that that hero actually got changed to Kamoshida as they showed up. Yeah, what's a worse word than asshole? Okay, so I think for this run in particular, we're going to show off the theater cutscenes. Just the theater cutscenes. Criminal, yeah.
街の平和が乱れる時、絶対的なヒーローが現れる。
So the fact that they're seeing this is actually incredibly unsettling.
古い権力ある正義に従う平和な世界。そこに絶対的なヒーローに不平を並べる愚かな悪が現れる。なんたる比例、正義のヒーローに意見するなど言語道断。果たしてカモシダーマンは正義に立てつく悪を倒すことができるのか。絶対的ヒーローカモシダーマン絶賛上映中。
Yeah, so each of these movies are like looking really weird and have some kind of weird twist to them, and it kind of plays a role into the story that comes later. They notice that they can actually go right back into the movie itself. And the sort of the overall stories about Hikari, that white-haired little girl, who wants to be a what's the word for movie creator? Oh yeah, basically a movie creator. Director. That's what it is. Yes, thank you. Director, producer. I really don't know which one. But pretty close, either way. So she gives us some popcorn, and all of the healing items are movie stand related. So we're gonna stock up on popcorn and on like fries and popcorn and just chug them down for our healing. So basically now we're going in to try and make the movie end, because it's not actually ending. By the way, it is actually faster to hit the fast forward on the touch screen through every cutscene. You have to use the touch screen for that. Just slightly faster. Formation, don't want Joker in the front, because if he dies, it's game over, because that's what Risky Mode does. Yeah, Risky is like the very hard difficulty of this. Okay, so I'm gonna be guarding with the front row. Playing on Risky, you take more damage, you get less EXP and money. You deal less damage. Well, the boost that shows up here isn't the same boost as EO. It's a specific Persona Q thing. where if someone has boost, then their next skill,
残ったか。
like if they hit a weakness or if they get a crit, you get boost, and if they have boost, they go first, and their skill costs 0, whether that be a physical with HP or magic with MP.
てれってー。
新たな力だ。ふん、いただいていこう。いざ。
Yeah, I like me some good grinding. Yeah, and some skills actually do better in
仲
boost.
間への攻撃を防ぎたいときはガード系のスキルを使うんだぞ。
Forced fight, defend front,
俺の出番だな。
冷静に行こう。
yeah.
見事だ、ジョーカー。見事だ、パンサー。余裕だっつの。
Oh yeah, if you get hit while you're in boost, then you lose boost.
やるのパンサー。今ならいけそう。
And we're already out of, well, I guess SP, as it is in this game. Oh yeah, there is no English voice acting in this game.
余裕だっつの。
この僕が
And there goes...
危険な状態だぞ。無茶すんな。
危険だな。やってやる。いいぞ、パンサ
さすがジョーカー。
ー。よし、レベルアップだ。
お宝出たよ。
Yeah. I actually can't revive him, but that's fine. There's still no random encounters, and I kind of expect to have to take a trip back. Oh yeah, and here is the thing about FLEs, which are really strong enemies that, kind of like mini-bosses, and the first time that you, see them, you're probably not going to be able to beat them.
目の前だ。気をつけろ。
So you kind of have to do these, little puzzles involved to dodge them. It's not like that puzzle was very hard. They do get a little more involved, but it's nowhere near the levels of PQ1. Man, the FOE puzzles in PQ1 are amazing. And you automatically get healed when you go back. So Catchy being dead didn't really mean much of anything. And now we're gonna buy some healing items. Bunch of popcorn, a bunch of fries.
こちらをどうぞ。何を売ってくださるのでしょう。
I think I did this in the wrong order, but this should actually be fine. Yeah, I think I was supposed to pick up the, go another trip in. to get money and then do my stuff, but it doesn't matter that much. Popcorn and fries. I love it when you heal, because you, like, just stuff someone's face full of popcorn to heal them. It's great.
進もうぜ
It's a revival bead, revival item that's 50% instead of the fries that revive with 10%. Gonna take a little detour here for some cash, because cash is pretty important.
行こっか
Don't want to accidentally run into the FOE. Oh yeah, another thing in risky mode is
発見お宝探訪
if you fight an FOE, you cannot run. And if you can't beat the FOE, then it's pretty much game over. So if I made a movement mistake there, that was game over. That's why I save very often with this run.
逃げられないようになジョーカー
まずは逃走を警戒して
This is
一気に決めるよ
And here they're giving you a tutorial about these sort of gold shadows
いい腕だ
that don't take much damage, but will take good damage to AoE or all-out attacks. That can only happen once you down all of the enemies.
なんだと
受け止める
That's fine.
見せてやれジョーカー
さすがジョーカーいいぞポンサーいつガチで行くよ
ぶっ放すぜ
You get a little bit of an EXP bonus for finishing with an all-out attack. It really doesn't matter that much. The EXP from encounters is actually kind of
で
bad.
きたなわ
So we go down here, and they said, let's go back. AOA does scale with weapons. And that is kind of a strat that I talked about with you before, Margaret. But yeah. And this is the cutscene where they introduce the Velvet Room where you have personas and you can do fusions, but the only sub-persona that you start out with is just a pixie that you get off of that one encounter we just fought. I didn't hit the recording button. I forgot about it. Oh well. I didn't forget anything in the run itself, just a backup recording of this. I forgot to click the button. And so now we get a little bit of a tutorial about the shop where the items that you pick up, the random drops, can turn into different equipment, which we kind of just don't care about for the most part. Equipment is actually kind of a scam in this game.
おかえりなさい。
Get one persona, oh baby, we're rich. And then we go to the start to go to the theater, and Morgana says you can go with us. A cat. He's done investigating the theater area. Our team is more powerful than ever. So, we will put Morgana into the party, because we want win skills.
我が輩に任せろ。
And Yusuke actually doesn't have ice. For like a good while. So, we're just not going to use him.
You are mysterious right from the start. Something set you apart.
気を
いざ
Yes, Yusuke starts with ice in P5. Not this game, though. In fact, Ryuji doesn't have an elect skill either. But he's actually kind of tanky, so we still have him in the party. They're just considered physical characters over elemental ones. So here's where we can go to spots and then gather stuff to get... basically drops that we can sell for money without having to go into and get money off of random encounters. It's basically the same as the gather spots in Etrian Odyssey. Like, they have... In Etrian Odyssey, there's chop, take, and mine, but there isn't those three different distinctions here. It's all just this one of the same in
デー
this
タがない
game.
から注意しろ。
Okay.
それじゃあいろんな攻撃を試してみようか。
I believe Laughing Table is fired.
よし、やるぞ。
And
この程度ならやったねモナ。
ow.
いいぞパンサー。
That hurts.
ジョーカーが危険だぞ。
What
注意な。
else can I do on the
この状
team?
況早く手を打たないとね。
よし行くぜ。
ガチで行くよ。チャンスを逃すなよ。
Table. I have to do that. Okay, this just kind of sucks.
やったねモナ。
Because I need to make sure Joker lives, otherwise I get a game over.
上出来。
And Popcorn heals for 30, so I didn't want to risk that.
この僕が
危険な状態だぞ。
This is actually a better position to
危
be
険
in.
だなこの力で
モナやるじゃねえか。
さすがジョーカー。
Akechi will be subbed out as soon as possible, so the fact that he's not getting EXP is ideal, if anything.
パンサ
危険な状態だぞ。無茶すんな。モナやる。
Because EXP is distributed only among the living party
お
members.
宝か
Though I would like to keep him alive for extra safety. Get a bit more cash, and then continue on.
こっちだ
こっちだ。最後まで頑張ろう。そこ、こっちこっち。おーい、余裕かましすぎだろ。よーし、行くぞ。おー、珍しいのがいる。
Here's a
畳みかけろ。
thing,
任せとけって
elect,
狙い定めて
and then the table is weak to fire and wind, so we have to go like
よし、や
this.
るぞ。
やってやる
貴様やったねモナ
You see the weaknesses of those gold shadows by just looking at their name.
いいぞパンサ
And that one is elect Bane, so it's weak to wind.
レアモノ撃破。やるなパンサー。うん、今ならいけそう。任せて。
ーやったねモナ
ひざまずきな。華麗にやっちゃう。こいつで終わり。これはご褒美。
I could try and run from encounters, but the run rate is kind of bad, and early game EXP is good. Hey, we got a persona drop. McCoy is actually good.
お宝出しやがった。
Especially since I only have one set currently. So I'll put that on whoever will do you. Especially since McCoy has Guillotine. Which is a very good skill.
よーし。
And we got unlucky with this.
データがないから注意しろ。
So
それじゃあ
Fuzz
いろんな攻撃を試
is
してみ
Fire
よ
and Light. Okay.
冷静に行こう
我が輩の出番だ。
I need a bunch of money early game, so the fact that I got ambushed on this just sucks. But I gotta do it.
いいぞパンサ
華麗にやっちゃう。まだ敵いるぞ。注意しろ。
ー余裕だ。
Two AOA should do it.
もうだやる。パンサー最高。
Later on, we're not gonna be seeing a whole lot of this strategy of just hitting weaknesses and doing all-out attacks. It's just early game.
我が輩レベル。
Though most of the reason for that is just because later on we'll be able to run away from everything with items. And that actually just makes the game a lot more bearable to do. Okay, refuel trip. Guess I hit the shortcut.
定番商品は揃っておりますよ。 ではこちらをどう
Actually, I'm
ぞ。
gonna get 2 of these.
こちらをどうぞ。
There's another forced fight just
ナビ開始するぞ。
coming right up. Well, thank you. Stejans? Yeah, there's a forced encounter here, and it's possible to die to it, so... Safety save is
敵だ、や
nice.
ってやれ。
Since there are 4 of them. Which means one of my front row characters is not going to be defending. If I want to get an all-out attack out.
よっし、準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。
了解した。
バレてんぜ。
やったねモナ。
上出来。
Yeah, I could have gotten hit by a status effect, and that would have meant that I couldn't do an all-out attack, and my damage would have been absolutely gimped.
ガチで行くよ。
聞かねえよ。余裕だっつの。
Nice. Ryuji got hit twice. So, this game has the targeting likeliness similar to Ichiri Yanasi, where it has a higher chance to target whoever has the highest health.
華麗にやっちゃう。
And it also has a front row preference with targeting. So, Ryuji being there with the highest health in the front row, just defending, is means that attacks are likely going to hit him.
貢献を誓うよ。
悪くない。
Chomp on some more popcorn.
お、半分ってとこか。
レッツゴー。
And here we see one of the more annoying things about this game is whenever there's any kind of gimmick, no matter how simple it is, they have to explain in detail how it works. You hit the switch, the lights turn off.
お宝発見。
Okay, we get one of the few accessories that are actually okay of extra money in
進ませ。
battle.
やべえ。FOE チケ。
お、スイッチがあるみたいだぞ。
いざ。
I'm gonna hit the shortcut.
背後に
Save.
使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。了解だな。
This fight sucks. So
ちょっと違った。
here's what we'll do.
やってやるから。我が輩の出番だ。
Because I don't have electric on me, so and only one source of dark,
さすがはジョーカーだ。
so I can't
あ、あら。
hit the buttons.
いざジョーカー。ジョーカー。
モーナやるじゃねえか。さすがだなジョーカー。バレてんぜ。
I guess that works.
こぶぞおら。
Kind of.
おっと。
この程度なら。
Okay, now that sucks.
大きいよ。
しっかりしろよジョーカー。
Try and put one in the front.
僕の
Get him
力
to
をお見せ
wake
するよ
up.
スカルナイス。
バレてんぜ。さすがってとこだな。
Oh,
危
wake
険な状
up!
態だ。気をつけろ。
この状況早く手を打たないとね
Yeah, that's actually
冷静
fine.
に行こう
Let's defend to hopefully live, maybe? Okay. That was spooky.
どうだ見たか。ニューパワーゲット。新しい技覚えたよ。
So there's a Persona game. This is Etrian Odyssey, can't you tell? I healed up in case I got an ambush there. I don't run Persona games, I run Etrian Odyssey
大
games.
丈夫。何を売ってくださるのでしょう。定番商品は揃っておりますよ。ではこちらをどうぞ。ではこちらをどうぞ。
Man, we got some pretty spooky encounters, so we're going a little bit of a slower pace, but getting the extra money from these things is actually fine,
近いぞ。
especially for safety. So now we're on the 3rd floor. We see a cutscene, and look, it's a female MC of P3P. And we have a mini-boss that we fight first. Okay, so this tank in the front resists everything, and you have to either use ailments or just physicals. So first we're gonna try and take that fuzz out first. Actually going to use Refresh for healing.
チャンスだ。
いいぞパン
It's down.
あれ
よくも
あら。
Okay.
やだ私の出番じゃん。
Now I'm actually going to use some support here. But on the 3rd turn and every 4th turn past that, he's going to use Heat Wave. That was the damage with defending with everyone.
おサポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってく
Actually do that.
了解したよナビ
れ。やってやるから。
よし行くぜ。
Try and apply some status effect. The armor splitter attacks actually only decreases the armor or the defense just for that one turn. Status effect of headbutt is what we want to try and proc.
このまま突き進むぜ。
Which is why I put Ryuji in the back, because he's going to be consuming HP using that skill. But hitting sleep that means they lost its turn. Lost its turn.
サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
了解
So
した
we
よ
use
ナビ
more recovery.
僕の力をお見せするよ
So we're fine to do one more round of attacking.
任せろ
There we go. Now the shell is broken, we can actually hit weaknesses, do crits and then AoAs. So this is sort of a tutorial for enemies that have a kind of barrier to
シャドウの相性の変化を確
So
認
defend every
今なら
turn.
弱点がつけるかも
Defend with everyone
了
this
解したよ
turn.
ナビ
シャドウが
弱点をつけるぞ見て
Sure, armor splitter is actually gonna be good. And hit weakness.
かねえよもうなやるじゃねえか
よし我らの恐ろしさを味わ
タフだ
Wooden screen? I have your other weakness.
よっしゃレベル
悪くない
何か落としたね
So bring Femc back with us, and she's going in the party over Akachi. And we're just gonna give her a random name. Yuri Teraga. I should have probably asked if people wanted to give a name to her. Oh well, too late. Yeah, so each character that joins your party new is going to be the highest level character, just because I'm trying to get through as quickly as possible. Who would have known? Also, if MC brings 5 sub-personas with her. So instead of 2, now we have 7. Oh yeah, and now Theo is taking over the stand and we can actually get new equipment. And he dresses up like that. Beautiful. Oh yeah, they introduced Persona Fusion. Which I'm immediately going to do, but I'm gonna save just before doing it, though. Because fusion accidents exist, and it's an awful mechanic and should never exist. So what I'm gonna do is I need to do exactly this fusion, which is just basically mashing A. You have to see the cutscene for the first one you do. Doing the default with everything is exactly what I want. Sarasvati using Makoy and Osmi passing guillotine. Sarasvati has ailment arts, which means applying an ailment is more likely to happen. And then guillotine is extra physical damage if an ailment is active. And then Uzume with guillotine and ailment arts. And then I want Halphus, preferably with... I apparently don't have a Gothion, but that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so this one is Dia Interrupta that I want. Dia being healed, Tarunda being attack debuff. And then from Compendium, I'm going to get back on Zoo. Party! Get out of here, Catchy.
私の出番だね。
And then in the shop, we are going to buy a weapon for Fancy to increase our attack damage. This weapon actually increases her attack by quite a bit for the price that it has. In fact, it increases it more than this. Kind of funny how that works. And then any other items I need to restock on? Nope. And we are going to set stuff. Impusa onto Yuji. Anzu onto Fancy. Gothion onto Kana. And then Uzume and Halphus. I fused Uzume. Why is she not in the party? I must have fused her away. I guess I'm just gonna spend money. Let's get her back. I thought I did Pixie Core Poker. That one. Wait, who has... Uzume... I know I need to Uzume on someone. Femcy's supposed to have this. Why is there an extra one set? Pixie, that's fine. I'm just being dumb. Okay, yeah, that menu is sometimes different based off of the drop, which is why I was confused. Yeah, I was looking at the weapons to try and optimize attack, and then I noticed that, and I was still very confused. Like, why is that, like, the best weapon to get out of everyone for the amount of money? Even better than the one that costs more on the same character. Yeah, so here's Makoto and Haru that got captured by the K-dude. So the attack power from the weapon only increases all-out attack damage. And normal attack damage, but who cares about normal attack damage? It's pretty bad. There's a specific setup I have later that I need just enough all-out attack damage.
FOE がいる。気をつけ。
So that's why I'm getting the weapon. I'm getting it now to increase all-out attack damage. Now, because why not?
Let's go, go! 行くよ。
Okay, relic is
油断するなよ。
weak.
よし、いろいろ試そうぜ。
You also have wind. Okay.
よし、やるぞ。
No.
我が輩の出番だ。
行くぞ。
See works.
グッジョブ、モナ。
余裕だっつ
No!
さすがだな、ジョーカ
So annoying.
ー。効かねえよ。
おっと。モナ、いい感じ。グッジョブ、モナ。
Just gotta try again.
ジョーカ
パンサー最高。いつものガチで行くよ。
ー。余裕だっつの。効かねえよ。
Hit again.
私の出番じゃん。
We can do this.
期待してんぞ。
容赦しないかんね。
Can
こ
we
の敵は我が輩に
actually?
任せろ。考え直すか。
We can. Okay.
チャンスを逃すなよ。
We can use her Augie right here.
モナやる。バッチリだね、パンサー。
いい一発だぜ。
総攻撃終わりにしよう。これで決める。フィニッシュ。
Alright, yeah, so that took some thinking.
なかなかうまく動く。いいものを落としたぞ。
よっしゃー。お宝いただき。行こうか。
A little bit of extra dialogue here with the... We're being really curious about those costumes. It's just like, yeah, it just happens.
Let's go, go! こっちだ。
Actually, I do want that goodie in the chest. I'll go ahead and go back for it. Because I somehow spent more money on fusions.
こっちだ。
Doing like some weird menuing that,
順調にかけてるか。目の前だ。気をつけろ。
I was doing differently.
お宝。
Oh yeah, that's some good extra cash.
初めて見るやつだ。油断するなよ。
Relic is wings, so I need Gutter Guard and Zio here.
行くぞ。
余裕だっつの。
モナやる。
Oh, why?
バッチリだね、パンサー。ジョーカーが危険だぞ。注意な。こりゃ 一大事ってやつだぞ。
I need to play it safe, which is really bad.
グッジョブモナ。さすがだぜジョーカー。
余裕だっつの。
ほらいい感じ。
Okay, because of how turnover is gonna
我が輩
work,
気合
I'm
十
gonna
分。
switch these two.
チャンスだ。モナやるじゃねえか。
さすがだねジョーカー。バッチリだねパンサー。ちょガチで行くよ。
ええな。行かねえよ。余裕だっつの。
危険な状態だぞ。無茶すんな。グッジョブモナ。さすがだぜジョーカー。バッチリだねパンサー。いつも華麗にやっちゃう。我が輩が決めるぞ。
Now, the problem with trying to run away from fights, at least early on,
また増えた。
yeah, running away from fights without an item is,
いいものを落としたぞ。
running away means everyone tries to run away, so that means the front row is not defending and will probably just die.
こっちだ。
And if you fail to run away, you're not in a good position. So that's why I'm fighting encounters. Plus, I do kinda need some EXP early on. With Impusa at least, I need Poisma. It's possible game over to this, so just gonna save. Not likely, but yeah. This is normally where the boss would be, but it's not gonna go so bad. We haven't even fully explored that previous floor. You notice in that cutscene that the statue wiggled with the wind.
Ho! Ha ha ha!
K poses on us.
何がヒーローだ。怪盗団の方がすごいとこ見せ。
鴨志田マン
And then we all get binded. Strength and magic bound. The only thing that works is we can do to attack is normal attack, and we always do 1 damage.
なんだこの状況は。みんな
鴨志田マン
このくらい。ダメだこのままじゃ。
余裕だっつの。
鴨志田クラッシュ
You just need to get to that scripted attack. You do need to do attacks, and it's just the safest way to do it is to do defend, defend, attack, attack, defend. And then Koto screams, "It's the statue that's the power is coming from," and then we like, alright, tactical retreat. We'll be back. Yes, nothing is promised as a real jam. Don't worry, we'll be hearing the full song of that quite a few times later. I ram the thing with a truck. You could choose the correct options, but it doesn't matter. Okay. How are my items? Let's get some more popcorn. Okay, one of these. These, clear my inventory. And finish the rest of what I call stratums. So there are 5 main areas of the game, kind of like Etrian Odyssey with the stratums. And because this is modeled after Etrian Odyssey, I'm just going to call them stratums because that's what I'm used to calling them. So we're going to finish off the rest of this first stratum. Even though it's technically not a stratum, they just don't have their own naming convention. So I'll still Etrians. Yeah, so right now in the sort of story, we're just trying to figure out a way to steal that statue. That's apparently where K-Man is getting his power from. Elect. Actually, I have to go this way. Sort of that body and you use fire. There. The amount of reduction that the defend command has in this game is actually crazy high. It's like even more than 50%. That's how good the defend command is. I guess that's okay. Now there's Plasma, which is kind of the bare minimum of what I need for EXP. Gotta use this shortcut to flip the switch. Oh man, what a tough puzzle. More of these. Actually, let's do this.
我らの恐ろしさを味わえ。
We'll use HP instead of SP to do
バッチリ。
fire attack, so he gets healing kit, and we randomly got this, so he can get 2 AoEs a turn. This turn.
これでしまいだ。
That's lucky.
倒せなかったか。そんなモロが危険だぞ。注意だ。
Ah, Morgana's fine.
あいつは任せて。おお、バッチリだね、パンサー。
無駄だ。
That miss sucked.
無駄だ。
おい、立て直せるか。みんなやばい。助けなきゃ。
モーナやるじゃねえか。
バッチリだね、パンサー。我が輩レベル。新しい技覚えたよ。我が輩の
My cannon rate has been kinda high going through here, which sucks.
これでサポートがはかどるな。あ、何か落としたみたい。
That's just pretty much straight up time loss for this early on, but in the long run, it's whatever.
よっさき
FOE がいるよ。
The way these things move is really
ってとこか。
ね。レッツゴーゴー。来たよ。チャンスだ。蹴散らせ。電撃族。
If that happens, it's a free roll. Running away. And the nice thing about Futaba is that that first skill that she learns
発見。
increases the first strike chance. And that's the best thing that a navigator can have. And as just raw time save. Everyone is good. Alright. So we found the place that was being really well defended. And now we're going to have her dress up as a cop to try and get through. So we're gonna beat these guys up,
敵だ。やってや
take their uniform.
れ。よーし、作戦のためだ。速やかに警備員を黙らせよう。オッケー。
We only have 3 forces of who has Uzume?
よ
Is it
し、や
someone
る
in
ぞ。
front? Okay, this is a reason why I should have Uzume on someone else. But whatever.
余裕だっつ
Should have
の。
also
甘いな。
used the heal. May heal because I'm at 5.
かねえよ。
グッジョブ、モナ。
I'm already maxed on the gauge.
やるな、パンサー。うん、今ならいけそう。
モーナやるじゃねえか。いい一発だぜ。
パンサー最高。
甘いな。無駄だ。
Don't use single shot, just normal attack, please. Thank you.
やだ、私の出番じゃん。
3-3, so now we can actually do all-out attacks.
バッチリだね。
We only have 3 sources of fire.
効かねえよ。余裕だっつの。
モーナやるじゃねえか。
うん、いい働きだ。今思いっきりやっちゃおう。
甘いな。
やるな、パンサー。うん、グッジョブ、モナ。 いい働きだ。バッチリだねパンサー。ガチで行くよ。お仕置きの時間。
Alright, that went well. Sometimes that doesn't go well. That time it did.
私のペルソナ。
どうよ熱い技。
新しいスキルを覚えたよ。我が輩の魅力がまた増えたな。落とし物ゲーッと。
Alright, we got the police costume. FMC's ready. Like, oh, tell me the password. It's like, I don't know what the password is. Like, no, there actually isn't a password. Just beats him up. Takes care of him. Good job. Well done. So now we have access to the lights, so we have our way to sneak and take out that, statue. So as the Phantom Thieves, they come up with their own way of stealing. Each of them do their own thing to figure out how to steal a statue. Except the main character, Joker, is just gonna look at everyone, see what they're doing. And there's no way to make this shorter. You have to see what everyone is doing. One at a time. Well, I guess one pair at a time. And then we're going to be doing some fusions. Now everyone's doing their own part of the plan. And I guess what I'm going to be doing is fusions first. I guess that's going to be part of my plan. Okay, and Pusa and Uzume? Actually, I have an idea. Register this Uzume. Because it's got EXP and sometimes I need to get extra EXP on her. So I really want to fuse Uzume and NPC together. Unfortunately, we get a support type, and support types are awful. But I need exactly this. Those 3 skills on the same thing. So we're gonna get Hackett. Okay, Hackett onto Morgana. Halfus stays on. And then Agathion onto Joker, and you still have Anzu and whatever for Ryuji. Whatever I get in a random drop. Okay. And then buy some more popcorn to chug.
ご購入ありがとうございます。何を売っていた
Free
だ
up
け
the
る
inventory. Should probably save down there, but whatever. I'll just save here. Alright, everyone's ready. Turn off the lights. Make the statue fly away with balloons, because it's actually super light. And then replace it with a cardboard cutout. Now that there's no super light statue.
化けの皮は入りやったからな。バッチリリベンジ決めてやる。
There's not much you can do. Yo, crits!
エンドだ。これでダメなの？
Yo, more crits!
終わりにしよう。
He's not actually weak to anything in this first phase. And I don't want to spend any SP if I can help it. Which, you can help it, so I'm not going to.
いつでも言ってくれ。
了解した。
いけいけゴーゴー。
抜かる。
いい一発だぜ。
今思いっきりやっちゃおう。
しってえな。
Oh no, he used Sukakaja.
いい感じ。
There's a chance we're gonna miss our stuff.
今ならいけるよ。
What are we gonna do? Yeah, so absolute power now does actually nothing. He just K poses on you.
あれ？よし、準備万端。さ、
Oh, I have a smash set on the auto.
手を緩めないで。いくよ。
Not as powerful as the T-pose. Dang, the crits have settled down. Okay, I'm just gonna do normal attacks now. That lacrosse stick. Getting a lot of crits in, even though it doesn't have increased crit chance.
これでしまいだ。
こいつで終わり。
あばよ。
Alright, so we get him cornered down to this point, so he's gonna reveal its true form, which is actually a rabbit. And no one knows why. So here's the actual fight. It's gonna come up. So the strat, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to take out the carrots individually because they do a lot of damage. And once the carrots are down, the armor is inactive, which will let you deal damage to the main body. That's not what we're going to be doing. We're going to be poisoning. And using Tarunda on the carrots. So that's a bomb attack that happens. If it hits anyone in the back row other than On, because she resists it, it's going to kill him. And if it hits Joker, then and he's not defending, then that's kind of just straight up lethal to him. Which is not good. Oh, I need to do the So clearly, the best way to do it is put Joker in the front row so he's constantly defending. So if he gets hit by the bomb, he'll survive. So you don't get the game over. And if anyone in the back row dies, it's not great, but you can live. So once he gets down to half health, then the armor will be inactive. Also, defending means that you're immune to status effects, so the Slumber also has a front row preference. And, which means that the front row defending is just the way to go. Yeah, kind of like that. That's kind of the logic. Yeah, so there's the bomb. That's if it hit anyone other than On in the back row, they would have died. Let's get a bit of recovery going.
やるよ。違う。
Much rather do fang smashes to try and keep the attack down. Also, like, you pretty much have to have the front row defending for this fight. So the front row just ends up being safer because the front row is always defending.
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
So you put the person who needs to be alive in the front
行くよ。
because the front row has to be defending. And it's actually safer. Oh wow, she actually survived. Not enough HP, but that's fine. I'm only doing fang smashes to try and keep the attack
無茶
down.
すんな。こりゃ一大事ってやつだぞ。よし、やるぞ。あれ？お花畑が。
余裕だっつの。
Poison has been lasting a good bit, so that's good. It's also been procking pretty much every time,
了解した。
which is real good.
やるよ。
You have enough SP for that. Okay, there's the armor down.
余裕だっつの。
So I pretty much just have to survive this turn and the next, and we've got it.
あれ？
Poison not procking isn't ideal, but not worst.
無駄だ。じゃねえよ。
弱点をつけるぞ。いっけ。了解だ、ナビ。行くよ。
So because this is all technically one character, and the way that the turn ordering works, because everyone isn't down, I can't actually try and go for an all-out attack. But the carrots actually lose their
注意
turn.
な。大ピンチってやつ。
So he just completely loses his turn if he gets hit by a weakness with the carrots still being active. I guess nothing.
このチャンス生かしてみせる。
So if you poison him down to this much, this is kind of a cheesy way to finish him off. Because he's not gonna do anything.
おい、立て直せるか。
If I tried to do damage before the armor broke, then it wouldn't do much. Normally the way you have to break the armor is by destroying the carrots. And with the armor broke, he'll actually do scary things.
スカルが危険だぞ。注意な。
So poison just destroys him. As both an offensive and defensive way to do the fight.
おい、立て直せるか。
Everyone is fine. Okay, so it'd be...
俺一歩前進。
ニューパワーゲット。
悪くない。ふん、いただいていこう。
Yeah, so a lot of people playing this casually, if they're playing on any of the harder difficulties, they have a real tough time with that boss fight. Yeah, and then the movie actually ended because we gave it a conclusion. By beating the boss. First stratum done. And every movie that we clear, Do is going to give us a key with that super locked door. That entrance door. So Do, now that the movie is complete, he's going to puke a key out of his eyes. If that sounds weird, we'll get to actually see him do it. See? It's exactly as I said. We use the key. Oh, whoops. Not the cutscene yet. So there are 4 major locks there. We got rid of one of them. 3 more to go. Is there 3 more? Yeah, 3 more. And then Theater 2 is open.
みんな
We're gonna watch this. These are the only cutscenes I'm gonna not skip, are the theater ones.
To ある絶海のこと。そこは遺伝子操作により現代によみがえった生きる恐竜のテーマパーク。
ほう、次は恐竜ものか。
これ大丈夫かな。
しかし人間たちは去り、島は恐竜たちの楽園となった。そこは肉食竜が支配する弱肉強食の自然界だったのだ。過酷な世界で息を潜め生きる草食竜たち。か弱く力を持たない彼らは群れをなし肉食竜から逃れるための旅を続ける。だがそんな彼らの中に空気を読まない悪が現れる。誰も同意していないのに自分の意見を主張する恥ずべき行為。数こそが正しい、多数派こそ正義。たった一人の言い出した余計な意見など迷惑千万。果たして清き多数派は悪しき少数派を黙らせ、心の平穏と群れの安息を取り戻すことができるのか。圧倒的スケールで送る恐竜映画の最高峰ジュネシックランド絶賛公開中。
It's exactly what you'd expect from a dinosaur film. About whether the opinions of the majority should be absolute rule. And the thing is, with each of these movies, Hikari is like not seeing anything particularly wrong with the plots of each of these. And we're like, no, there's something definitely wrong here. Alright. Makoto and Haru join us, so now we are going to put them into the party because they are a higher level and they have Sai and Frey, which some of the enemies here are weak to. My notes. Let me. Okay. So now that Haru and Makoto have joined us, because they joined at level 11, I can fuse personas up to level 11. Okay, Hackett, help us together to get Valkyrie. Limpoplasma, Element Arts. Valkyrie is important because Valkyrie learns Endure. Okay, Mokoi. Impusa. Fuse them together. Get out, past guillotine. And then I get McCoy and Impusa again. So Anzu and McCoy. Thing smashed, even though it naturally learns it. To sheep that I can't pronounce. Ippon Datara with guillotine. And then we're going to get back Sarasvati and Anime Uzume, but I don't have enough money. And I need extra money for stuff anyway. So here's how we're going to get money. We just put random stuff on. So, yeah, that's fine. I also want to play it safe, because the next floor is the worst floor in the game. And then the floor after that is the second worst floor in the game. So I'm going to try and play it safe as much as possible. So the first time you go to where the boss was in each of these stratums, you fight a large, sort of gold shadow. It acts as a gold shadow. So each time you beat up one of these large shadows that have the armor, you get money out of it. And it's one of the best ways to get money. I want to do something. That's Guillotine's damage, which is why I've been passing it to everything. Suction cannon.
Big chance! そう弱点狙い
And then once the armor goes away, it's kind of annoying because you don't get money off of it anymore. How sad. So guillotine does extra damage against ailmented enemies. That's what it does.
おおテンションマックスだな
So we just got 5,000 in there. Yeah, we'll go ahead and heal skills.
行こう
And then I still want some more money. Oh, I searched thoroughly and only got 2 things.
いい運動になったかも閲覧なさい
Okay, Uzume is what I need. I'm going to remove these things, because the accessories actually just do nothing. We'll keep that, that's actually good accessories, and then I'm not going to be using these characters anymore. Take off their armor and useless accessories. Doesn't sell for much, but I need money. I'll get like 4 of these because of new strats I've come up with. Weapons. This is a safety strat. Kukri. Shield axe. Just short for that. Just short. So, I'll sell one of these. And then use the extra money getting 2 more of these. So I'm going to not take any detours if possible. And I'm going to take a little pause once I get onto a specific tile coming up. If the encounter indicator moves, then I'm going to use a go back. Because I don't want an encounter before, a random encounter before the first one. So it's this one right here. Oh wow, this is a really, this is an insanely good gauge. Holy cow. I'm tempted to just take this, try and get more money, but these actually sell for nothing. But you have to see this cutscene anyway. Okay, so that was a bad idea. Indicator's already red.
慎重かつ大胆に
fact, I'm just gonna go completely back here because the indicator went red. Alright.
しっかり準備しておこうね
I didn't know about that. I didn't know that the encounter rate on those few steps were so high. Every tile has its own encounter rating. And usually, like in front of chests, they have higher encounter ratings.
みんなと一緒なら
進もうぜ
So that's what I was talking about.
レッツゴー
Just barely too high of an encounter rate. Again.
こっちこっち
There we go.
こっちこっち
The max number, sort of the encounter maximum is set to be, here, I need to focus on this. Now, this fight in particular is like one of the worst fights in the entire game. And the weapons I got was specifically so I can at least take some of them out based off of damage ranges with 2 all-out attacks. You don't have Uzabang!
了解した
Well,
大丈夫ちゃんとやるよ
you do. Okay.
私も頑張るね
You don't... Okay, I didn't set some stuff. Yeah. I'll try to get through, but I'm probably just gonna die here. Good thing I saved.
余裕だっつの
ノワールその調子ノワール見事なり力が溢れてくる行きます
Let's try and get rid of those turns.
やるよ
行くぞ
いった
そんな
ちくしょう
ジョーカーさすがね危険な状態だぞ無茶すんな
Oh yeah, they give you a thing about Baton Pass, which is significantly weaker than it is in Persona 5. It lets you transfer boost, which does basically nothing.
Ken だなやってやる
さすがに嘘でしょさすがだねジョーカーおい立て直せるかこれってヤバい状況だよね
消え失せろ
倒れるわけに危険な状態だぞ
we're dead.
無茶すんな
They just have way too much damage is the problem. I should have just reset. Once I noticed I didn't have my persona set up correctly. It's fine. Because I needed to re-buy Uzume and I didn't have the money, so I got the money, and then I'm like, oh, I need to do my shopping, and then I never actually set myself personas. Okay, JJ is supposed to be on Ryuji. Ippon Datra is supposed to be on Haru. And this is all sorts of whack. And then Sarasvati on. And then it's
探索の始まりだね。早く行こう。さあ、行こう。
basically if the indicator is 3 at that spot, then I'm going to get a random encounter before that forced encounter.
ついてこい。こっちこっち。
進もうぜ。
So I'm like, I'm just about to get a random encounter before I get to this forced one. Looks like Ryuji has an extra level, which is really good for safety. Which means he's likely to survive 2 direct
ブー
hits.
スト取ったらバトンタッチだ。怪盗団の戦い方を見せてやれ。ナビ、了解だよ。
There we go. $76. Okay.
いいぞクイーン。いい一発だぜ。
ジョーカー、さすがね。スカル、やったね。
ぶっ込むぞおら。
スカル、その調子だ。
Here we're actually going to use Armor Slitter because it's an immediate attack. I'm going to use it on Beast because it's the dangerous one.
決めてね、クイーン。
But because all the booster characters go first,
ジョーカ
we're
ー、
going to get the all-out attack.
スカル、やったね。
これでしまいだ。
スカル、その調子。
Only one of them died, but it's down to 2, and that's way more manageable, and they're just
そんな。
damage ranges away from dying.
私の出番ってわけね。いいわ、任せてちょうだい。世紀末発射、氷？クイーン、さすがだね。タガメの一撃。てれってー。な、これでサポートがはかどるな。あ、何か落とした。
Alright, worst fight down. Now to get through the rest of the floor. The random encounters it can have.
これからガンガン埋めてくぞ。
And the best way to deal with random encounters that either I can't use 2 all-out attacks immediately with is to run, try and run,
よしもらった。
or get really lucky with a player advantage and run anyway.
こっちね。
Taking any sort of detour just means you're likely to get another encounter, and every encounter is
残り半分、頑張りましょう。
potentially just death.
速攻でやりましょう。
Alright,
おお、メイ
get lucky.
余裕かましすぎだろ。
Actually went the wrong way there.
こっちだよ。
Didn't quite matter because we got through the flurry. So we only got 2 encounters and we immediately were able to run away. Basically the ideal situation. And then we meet up with the P4 people. And they're in a hurry because Rise is not feeling very well. Thankfully, Teddy is not going in the party. He's not good. So we're bringing to the theater and like, what the heck? We were in a movie, now we're in a theater? It's the whole squad, minus Yosuke. Hey, because he joins later, it means he joins at a higher level, which makes him one of the best tanks for the next boss. This guy's name doesn't matter because we're not going to use him. Nice to meet you, Ho.
俺様、お前、丸かじり。
It's not a default name, it's random. It's random every single run I do, because hitting random is just the fastest thing to do, other than saying "ah." Okay. Now that we have more characters, we're gonna change a party. Okay, we want Kanji because he has a lot of HP. And Chie because she's good. And then Navigator. It's slightly better to have Rise as your field navvy. And that's what my navigator said it was going to be for the rest of the game. And we need to do one fusion. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. I meant to open up the menu to see my cash. Yeah, I don't have enough cash to do this fusion, so I'm going to go back to Kamoshida Man to get a bit more cash.
何を売っていただき
Oh yeah, so there's this thing where you can identify these, spending a little bit of money to get accessories. They suck. So we're just gonna sell them off. And they sell for hardly anything, so it's just basically garbage. Oh, we have to go in here. They introduce you about persona sacrificing, which you can use to put EXP onto personas. Unlike PQ1, you can do this onto main personas, which means you essentially level characters that way. But if you try to sacrifice a persona for the second time, it costs a lot of money, and money is kinda tight for this run. Keep that in mind. That's going to be very, very, very important later. I just need some cash.
みんなと一緒ならできるはずよ。
I mean, this gives me cash, so it works. One.
うわ、レアなシャドウだ。逃がすなよ。ええ、しっかり仕留めないとね。何でも言ってちょうだい。今は魔法攻撃が効きにくいぞ。他の攻め方でやってみよう。
あったぜナビ。
Oh, 18. It's gonna do real damage.
グイーンさすがだね。お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
So we got another one of these big things, and we want money, so we're gonna beat it up. We also get a random drop, which is not bad. I just need a little bit of extra money. Risky does not increase shop prices, it's just, tight. What I want to be doing makes my money tight.
何を売っていただき効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。
No, my fusion route is pretty specific here. I specifically need to fuse Archangel because it's the only source of Frey that I can have on a sub-persona.
新たな合体ですね。いいだろう。
So Shisha Datara with Guillotine and Ambush Arts. It's not like the drops are pointless, they get turned into EXP, and then I need Ippon Datara back.
閲覧なさい
That's what I need the money for. Alright, now we can continue on. To the second worst floor in the game. Chie's feeling real good, and it's always Chie for this little thing where it's like, oh yeah, randomly characters can be doing really good, and it's always Chie first. And she's really good anyway. So, it's even better.
頑張ってサポートするねそれじゃあ進もう
Man, we just got past the worst floor. Now it's the second worst floor. Basically, if I run into an encounter that I can't hit the weaknesses of every enemy and do all-out attacks, then I have to try and run away. If I fail to run away enough times, then I get a game over. And these cutscenes are long. Yes, the floor after this that I get these smoke balls, so I can just run from encounters by throwing items at it. I got one thing I can sell.
あれ行きますデータがないから注
Alright,
意
this
しろ
is
分かったいろんな攻撃試してみよう私なら
except for the
作
fact
戦
that
を
I didn't actually set stuff.
何でも言ってちょうだい
Zio. What does Joker have
私も
on?
頑張るね
Okay, because I didn't set stuff because I'm bad, I have to try and run.
なめて くそ情けねえ
Okay, Archangel, Ippon Datara on Haru again. You still have Uzume, and I need Sarasvati onto Chie. Some fries. Start chugging this popcorn. I think this does do the one character dying means that your run rate increases. The issue is that when you run away, you can't have individual characters run away. If you're running, then it means everyone is trying to run, which means you can't have someone your front row doing guard, for example.
いつでも OK
Alright, this is
右手
easy
ナイスよ
counter.
里中さんピッワンツードーン
俺に耐えんのかよ
頼もしいじゃんカジ君よし自分でも新スキル習得早速使いましょう
I do want EXP on this anyway. So it's not the worst to fight some things. This is cash.
まだ道のりは長そうだよ。
行くぜ。
おい、なんでこうなった？
Well, this sucks. Because that enemy in the back is the only thing that I don't have a weakness for.
大丈夫な。
くそ、やりやがったな。
Alright. Still got some popcorn. Now the way the girls are singing in this game, they do sing in essentially broken English. Not really. Yeah, it is broken English. Both with the way it's attempted to pronounce and sometimes with the lyrics themselves.
シャドウだよね。うん。狙いを定めろ。逃がすなよ。
This means I should have jump in front.
俺が行くっすよ。
気を引き締めましょう。この敵狙える。私も頑張るね。ナイスよ、里中さん。
甘いな。
クイーンさすがだね。夏美くん、その調子。ノアール、その調子。一気全部倒しちゃうよ。すごい、倒せたね。知恵、その調子だ。ほうちゅう。今の私は一味違うからね。
Splitter, I guess. Hey.
ナイスよ、里中さん。
さすがはクイーンス。
夏美くん、その調子。
殴り込みだ、こら。
飛んでけー。
Another thing with the lyrics is that they
ジョーカーのペルソナが
also emphasize words. They have like I don't know how to say this in musical language, but they have
FOE 接近中だよ。
like ending parts of what you would expect the end of a sentence to be, but they're not actually ending a sentence. Like at the
この辺にスイッチがありそうだね。気合い入れてこう。
yeah, the way they stress their syllables, they don't actually end the sentences on the way that you would on places that you would expect sentences to end, which does make understanding the lyrics
気を
kind
引き
of
締めましょう。
difficult.
私も頑張るね。
里中先輩、さすがっす。させるかよ。さすがはクイーンス。はっ、んなもんよ。お、ロワール最高っす。
お仕置きタイムね。
あれ耐えんのかよ。
I think she still has enough
危
HP
険な状態だ。気をつ
to
け。
use her ice attack.
クイーンさすがだね。
お、ロワール最高っす。里中先輩、さすがっす。
いざ勝負。ダメ押しよ。はい、ドーン。やった。ペルソナ強くなったみたいだよ。あ、何か落としたみたい。
Gotta use one more DRI, I'm low on SP. I can do some finagling to make sure my SP works out.
目の前に Let's go go!
We got 2 things out of that for money.
新手か。
ジョーカー、お前ならやれる。
Nuke nuke. Okay. Nuke. Nice.
行くぞ。
必ず倒せるわ。
Nuke. Okay, it was a question mark. For some reason I thought that was an X.
こらよ、ヘルだ。当たらない。大丈夫。
さすがはクイーンス。
夏美くん、その調子。やるな感じ。クイーンってば頼りになる。頼もしいじゃん、カンジ君。ナイスよ、里中さん。今、いざ勝負。
Missing that first ice attack kinda sucked.
任せて。はいはい、里中ち。ナイスよ、里中さん。
さすがはクイーンス。
夏美くん、その調子。
今殴り込みだこら。男の生き様見せてやるぜ。
ジョーカーレベルアップ。
お宝か。
やった、お宝発見。
こっちだ。
I'm gonna get another encounter. Got what, 4 of these? Alright, don't have to do annoying menuing here. I'm pretty sure I have enough SP for a nuke.
速攻でやり
Or I can just get lucky.
面倒属性。
Oh, I don't have enough SP for a nuke. Good thing I got lucky.
こっちだよ。
Do these shortcuts. Because there's a forced fight coming up, and the forced fight is why I need 2 sources of nuke. And here's this little thing about some of the side quests that are available. The tickets. We're not going to be doing very many of them. Because my route doesn't need to do very many of them. The only one it needs to do is the last one. Well, not technically the last one, but the last one progression-wise. Yeah, side quests. Gonna mostly ignore it.
チケット売り場は行かなくていいのか。
Gonna get some more popcorn.
何を売っていただけるの？これ。何を売っていただけるのでし
Get
ょう？
rid of this garbage. Sell that for cash.
効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。
Fries.
するね。気合い入れてこう。白熱属性を狙うといい。
Guess we'll fight this.
しゃあ俺の出
So
番さ
annoying though. I really want money.
何でも言ってちょうだい。
Can't run away easily.
ナイスよ、里中さん。大丈夫。クイーンってば頼りになる。頼もしいじゃん、パンジ君。
何殴り込みだこら
まだいる。
甘いな甘いな。
やるね。
If I knew I was gonna be ambushed, I wouldn't have taken the gather for the money.
さすがはクイーンス
夏美君、その調子。
何暴れてやんぜ
ショーダウンだ。
おととい来やがれってんだ
レベル新スキル習得。早速使いましょう。
Okay, do not need luck back. And Zio is still
この調子で
relevant.
ガンガンいっちゃおう。新技ゲット。いいのが出たかも。よし、ここからはリセにバトンタッチするぞ。
Especially with this force encounter, I'm not guaranteed to actually live through. That's a Yosuke dinosaur. So the annoying part about this encounter is the fact that that snake is in the back row, and ice is the only thing I have to hit the
範囲
weakness.
攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。
And because it's a physical
もうどこも
attack,
分かったわ。
an ice
ナビ
physical, I have to have Chie in the front.
気を引き締めましょう。ちえちゃん、すごい。
So if she gets hit
そやりやがったな
down too low, then I can't really ice strike again. And because of that, I was supposed to
お見
do
事っすよ
the
ジョー
recovery.
カ
やったね、カンジ君。
ーな
So we get one AOA, but the next one we can't do. Oh, she's dead.
ごめん。もう
And
状
Con-
態だぞ。無茶すんな。
how did you get hit twice by poison?
大丈夫、ちゃんとやるよ。一気に型をつける。
チャンスだ。
Alright. Ailment time. Got two of them.
任せて。私、ここで大丈夫。任せて。大丈夫。危険な状態だぞ。無茶すんな。
Two was not enough.
危険だな。やってやる。
ごめんなさい。おい、立て直せ
Yeah,
か。
we're dead.
畳みかける。
嘘でしょ。
すまない。
This is risky mode. And the funny thing is, like, even though I'm trying to blitz through progression, the next stratum gets way easier.
チケット売り場は行かなくていいの？
Yeah, I just have to go through again and hope for the best. Excuse me. Alright, I'm not gonna go for that again. Yeah, I think it's because I don't have many recovery in my notes.
High 攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。ナビ、あんがとね。了解したぞよ。
I almost forgot it again.
大丈夫、ちゃんとやるよ。
やってやる。
里中先輩、さすがっす。さすがはクイーンス。
ジョーカー、すごいね。頼もしいじゃん、カンジ君。
暴れてやんぜ。いで。
いざジョーカー。ジョーカー、期待してるわ。
Okay, good.
さすがはクイーンス。
ジョーカー、すごいね。
里中先輩、
And
さすがっ
then
す。
what's that gonna do?
今日不足。やったね、カン
I
ジ君。
think we're still fine.
何？殴り込みだこれ。男の生き様見せてやんぜ。
Yep. Just barely.
レベル新スキル習得。早速使いましょう。新技ゲット。
お、よかったっすね。
Yep, Haru's actually pretty tanky. And she does show up at the end of the game. In my final party.
Susumo.
次のエリアに行けそうだね。どうする？
So I'm going to this floor. Before we do too much exploration, though, or we want to go back and save, but before that, we're gonna grab one thing. That's right at the very beginning
ついてこい。
of this. The escape memo.
宝箱だよ。開けてみる？
Immediately gonna turn that in. Vanish balls! Now we can run away with an item!
承いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。
Doesn't let us run away from forced encounters, but still. Now encounters won't take forever, and we don't need the encounters anyway. That's why those previous 2 floors were the worst in the game.
こっちだよ。
Even then, this next force encounter coming up is still potentially a wipe. Especially since I can't just do immediate all-out attack strats and train with 2 of those. Because that requires me to have multiple sources of Psi, which I don't have. I can do Nuke, but not Psi.
突き進むぞよ。行きましょう。おお、珍しいのがいる。畳みかけろ。任せて。
無駄だ。
はっ、んなもん余裕させるかよ。
Another annoying thing about this encounter is that these fish, shadows, they like to use Bufu. They also like to target whoever's weak to it. Joker is weak to it.
シャドウだ。逃がすなよ。
おらおらおら、逃がさねえぞ。任せてください。
And if Joker dies, it's game over. Oh, I didn't do this spot.
俺が行くっすよ。
私も頑張るね。いつでもオッケー。
Ah, didn't learn.
させるかよ。はっ、んなもんさせ
I
るか
think
よ。
on the first turn, it doesn't go for the targeting.
はっ、ん
But
なもん
like,
余裕
every turn after that.
ノワール、その調子。
Well, but it's confused now, so it won't do that.
ノワール、見事なり。力が溢れてくる。
Guillotine these
何でも言ってちょうだい。
things down.
お、ノワール最高っす。見切ったっつうの。いで。吹っ飛びやがれ。
Nice. Alright, we got good Palumpa luck.
漢字が危険だぞ。注意な。
Not
や
on
ば。
that.
大ピンチじゃ
This is fine.
ん。いつでもオッケー。
やってやる。
お、ノワール最高っす。里中先輩。
Okay, that works.
いざ勝負。
ショーダウンだ。
はい、ドーン。レベルが上がったよ。新しい力。
That fight, we get
ペルソナ
a
だったみたいだよ。
blink card,
何か落としたみたい。
which when you do a sacrifice from a sub-persona to another sub-persona, you can pass a specific skill based off of what that persona is. Each persona has a specific skill that they can pass onto another.
止めるスイッチがあるはずだよ。探してみて。
I'm not gonna do it too much, do the blank card stuff too much, but I
チャン
think
ス来たぜ。
there are a couple strats at the moment. There's I think there's like one specific use of a blank card that I absolutely need to use. But I should be getting like 15 in the run.
Sha, やるぜ。うわ、こいつやばそうじゃねえっすか。
一気に畳みかけるか。
But yeah, the nice thing is that's the last forced encounter of this stratum.
当たるかよ。
And because I have Vanish Balls, I'm pretty much guaranteed to get past encounters, so it's just,
地図らしくなってきたよ。
walking through.
宝箱があったわ。
I'm grabbing that not because I need the resulting recipes out of that, but because it sells for a lot of money. And it's hardly out of the way. It's an FOE that chases us. Oh no. Everyone has to point it out. And there has to be an explicit tutorial about it too.
よかった。もう追ってこないね。
That accessory is okay, which means it's better than nothing. So I'm gonna grab it.
やばそうじゃねえっすか。
一気に畳みかける。
はっ、んなもん余裕だぜ。見切ったっつうの。
大丈夫。
罠はないようですね。
FOE がいるよ。
こっちだ。
I'll go ahead and equip that to someone I'm gonna be using a little longer.
こっちだよ。
Oh hey, the puzzle has changed a bit.
あの F さあ行こっか。よかった。こっちね。FOE が来たよ。
罠はないようですね。
逃げ切れたね。さあ行こう。
Alright. Time to do voting of the majority. Not gonna get that try and get that herbivore back. Because everyone's too scared. Too many of them are scared, so because the majority is scared, we're not gonna do it.
気合い入れてこう。速攻でやりましょう。珍しいシャドウがいるわ。よし、ここからさあ行こう。
I got extra steps, so I'll take this other spot.
半分くらいは来たかな。
Of course.
行くぜ。
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。ナビ。大丈夫。 こっちね。
Okay. Still got this large floor to go. There's a lot of cutscenes in it. Hey, we found Yosuke. We hear him. Berries? Rescue the herbivore. Like, follow us? You know, I never actually tried to just straight up kill this FOE and see what happens.
FOE 接近中だよ。
I mean, it's certainly not faster to do so. But it could be done with my setup. It's pretty risky to do, but it could be done. That gate won't close, so we gotta hold them off and show off this unison thing that you can unlock all these unison things by doing extra side quests that we'll never do. And figured out how the door worked. Now it's trapped in. First, cash. Oh, don't worry, there'll be plenty of FOE battle fame. Don't you worry about that. Now they're all pressured to ignore us. Because for some reason they think we are problematic for some reason. Despite the fact that we just helped save one of them. And now we have Yosuke. Starting to put in the party. Bye, Haru. Yosuke and... or not Haru, Makoto. Well, both Maharu and Makoto. We're gonna put Yukiko in, because we're gonna use Yukiko on the next boss, so I might as well do the switch now.
ペルソナの所持数がいっぱいになっているな。
Izume onto Yukiko. And... Pondatara on Yosuke. stuff. Clean up the inventory. I'm gonna go ahead and set up for the boss a bit. It's garbage.
効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。
Probably a bit too much popcorn, but whatever. I need a few of these.
ご購入ありがとうございます。
In case things go wrong.
ペルソナの所持数がいっぱいだね。
Yeah, save here. Go ahead and do my fusion stuff for the next boss. So now we're actually going to be doing some sack stuff, but we're going to actually do it to a sub-persona, being Valkyrie, so we can learn Endure. So if Joker takes lethal damage, he doesn't die for
ピンチ無理遠慮やっ
for one little bit. No, we're not gonna hear the voice acting on poetry. It's not lore enough for me. Oh, it's a Valkyrie. Don't need to pass anything. So pretty much all of those random drops that I got that I don't really need anymore. Gonna feed them all to Valkyrie. Yeah, the first time you do a sack, it's free. Every successive time you have to pay money. Combo art. Sometimes you get another attack if you do a normal attack, it sucks. First star, while it's a good skill, it's not what I need this to do. Okay. There's Ukobak, I guess, but it's not gonna be enough. Agree. It's enough. Endure, that's what I need. Okay, and then I need Hackett. Hackett and Archangel for Yaxini with Poison, Fang Smash, and Emeralds. Yes. Okay, Sarasvati onto Kanji, Yaxini onto Chie. Pretty much did my setup for the boss right there. Well, we already went over this. This is Etrian Odyssey.
し行こう。
それじゃあ進もう。
We're trying to block our path.
先に進めるね。止めるスイッチ進むってね。FOE を振り切ったよ。進め
FOE に見つかったぞ。
敵だ、やってやれ。
うお、こいつヤバそうじゃねえっすか。
どうする。
なもん余裕
I
だ
want to be
ぜ。
using Vanish Balls with Yosuke, so I'm actually putting him in the back row, because he's not going to be defending.
まだ追われてるよ。油断しないで。こっちだ。
For the boss, it's going to be Yukiko in the back, Yosuke in the
進
front.
め注意して。FOE だよ。宝箱発見。
来やがったな。
おい、なんでこうなった
なめてんじゃねえぞ。
注意な。
危険だな。行くぞ。
Wind Electric. Sometimes you can null. Winder Electric. Put that on Kanji.
この辺
こっちっすか。
よっしゃ FOE を巻いたぜ。
It has minor value and it takes, like, hardly any time to get.
突き進
And it
む
can
ぞ。
sell later anyway. Might as well grab it.
来やがったな。
奴らこっちよりも上手だぞ。気をつけろよ。
させるかよ。
突き進むぞよ。FOE が気づいたみたい。
よし行こう。
FOE を振り切ったよ。来るよ。
やってやるぜ。
おお、
Freeze meat.
こっちだ。こっちだ。
Oh no, an FOE. We can't dodge it. Whatever are we gonna do? Surely that freeze meat that we just saw has nothing to do with it. Oh, it does.
FOE を振り切っ。それじゃあ進もう。
I think Sacking Teddy would have been the better plan, to be honest. I don't need him anyway.
Let's go, go!
「 And then cooking jokes, and then they're going to subvert the bad cooking jokes by making it actually turn out good.
行くよ。
お、こいつやばそうじゃねえっすか。
一気に
I gotta go fast. Alright, no music. Alright, we suddenly have no music for this area. I have no idea why this is happening.
半分くらい進んだんじゃね。近くに FOE がいんぞ。
スイッチがある。来るよ。これってチャンスじゃない？いけいけゴーゴ
Is it back? It's back.
ー。ねえ、近道にできそうじゃない？
That's fine, I got Vanish Balls.
マジかよ。当たるかよ。
物理攻撃ができないから注意だ。そういうの反則でしょ。
I was trying to do a fancy thing to go
こ
fast.
ういうの嫌だな。FOE
Yeah. So you actually have to do this stupid dancing nonsense. I also found out that it's faster to get this treasure map now, even though I don't need to use the treasure map at all, because this cutscene is shorter than the treasure map that you get later, and the first treasure map that you get a cutscene. Although in this case it gave me an extra encounter, so maybe not worth. Whatever. I'll just vanish. Fall the way.
なもん余裕だぜ。
先に進めそうだよ。
Play the labyrinth just to save. Or not to save, to heal.
お疲れ。 無理せず行こうね。
Yeah, it's different, not having to pay for healing. It's more just the extra menuing that you would otherwise have to do. And it's nice just because it saves time instead of money. So they tried to find the paradise, but paradise wasn't there. Oh no. Gotta kick this guy out because paradise wasn't here. And now he's gonna fight us. In the Jiraiya form. This is actually a really weird boss fight. Because the win condition isn't actually beating Yosuke-saurus.
分かってくる以上は仕方ないな。間違っているって教えてやれ。負けない。絶対に勝ってやるんだから。
無駄だって。
And because it uses wind, having Yosuke in the front as a tank is the best way to go.
よし、準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。
Fang Smash to try and get damage produced.
なもん余裕だぜ。
Well, this win condition hasn't shown up. You do need to do some damage, but not lethal.
注意しろ。
了解した。一丁やってやるか。
And poison running out immediately sucks.
させるかよ。
いった
はっ、なもん余裕だぜ。
Does poison work? Yeah, it does a bunch of damage.
万端。サポートなら
It's
任せろよ。
percent based off of max HP, I think.
ありがとね。
させるかよ。無駄だって。
And I brought Yukiko just to be a healer. That's when you do enough damage.
こいつ強いぞ。注意
The
しろ。
other herbivores are going to start talking
やってやる。
and eventually join in on the fight. So the herbivores that join in, you have to beat them in order to clear the fight.
お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
はっ、なもん余裕だぜ。
Double Sukukacha. We can actually hit with Fang Breaker. It's a miracle.
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
サンキューな、ナビ。
There they are.
なんだなんだ、外野が入ってきたぞ。様子が変だ。油断するな。
行くぞ。
殺されたいの。なんかやって。
Best way to beat them? Poison.
やめて。これひどいよな。あの後ろのやつら黙らせよ。
させるかよ。無駄だって。見切ったっての。
ちゃんとやってよ。こら避けるな。やだ。 こいつ強いぞ、注意しろ。
了解した。やってやる。
There's the third one. So there are 3 that come in.
こいつ強いぞ、注意しろ。
あったぜナビ。
行くぞ。
Ah! Shit! No!
遅いよ、やらないと早くしかないの。くらえ。
はっさせるかよ。
やだ、もういや、勝手に動くなって。
里中先輩マジかよ。助けねえと。
I guess we'll use Medea and then try to place that one.
ほら、悪いのはそっち。
んなもんよいさせるかよ。
こら、避けるな。
She being confused kinda sucks.
やめて。こいつ強いぞ。
Alright, she recovered, so we're good.
了解した。行くぞ。
Ow!
はっんなもん余裕だぜ。
あんたなんかなかなかない。仕方ないでしょ。
させるかよ。
こいつ。
はっんなもん余裕だぜ。
おい、立て直せるか。もしかしなくてもこれかなりまずいよね。
やってやる。そうじゃない。無駄だって。あっぶね
どっか行って。
え。無駄だって。
決まったことだから仕方ないでしょ。
無駄だって。
Wow, only one of them.
なんで
Okay, only one of them left.
こいつ強いぞ、注意しろ。
了解した。俺の出番か。
Yeah, just
何でも言ってちょうだい。
I'm tempted to do, like, actually try to damage, like, guillotine strats, but it's fine.
こら、避けるな。こいつ強いぞ、注意しろ。
あったぜナビ。
違うかな。いつでも OK。
Placing.
いで。
Ow.
無駄だって。
Yeah, the onk actually
こい
worked.
つ。
あっぶね
こら、避けるな。おい、立て直せるか。やば、大ピンチじゃん。
え。無駄だって。
んなもん見切ったっつうの。
ちゃんとやってよ。こら、避けるな。おい、立て直せるか。やば、
Well, that
大
sucks.
ピンチじゃん。
こりゃちょっとやべえかもな。
まだ
こりゃちょっとやべえかもな。
甘いっての。
The worst part is that Chie has no SP.
甘いっての。
しょ。
危険な状態だぞ、無茶すんな。
まだ
The Joker still hasn't recovered.
させるかよ。くそ情けね
触んないで。おい、立て直せるか。やば、大ピンチじゃん。何でも言ってちょうだい。ごめん。
That one just kept living.
もっとやって。
こんなところで。
Alright, try again. That one just really didn't want to be poisoned, so I died. The P3 characters haven't shown up yet. They will after this boss. Dang. That was a pretty quick recovery, which sucks. Means I'm using more SP. I'm just gonna try and speed up a bit with some guillotine. Didn't work very well. Can't try. Alright, now they're starting to show up. Alright, we got some Fang Smash stacked up. So should be taking less damage. But really, this all comes down to how long I can keep the poisons propped.
無駄だって
んなもん余裕だぜさせるかよ
Though I was expecting the third herbivore to show up.
こいつ強いぞ注意しろ
了解した
Sweet.
やってやる
悪いのはあいつらやるしかないのくらえ
あっぶね
やめてこいつ強いぞ注意しろ
サンキューなナビ
Come on. Okay, at least she didn't get confused this time. I don't know why she got targeted with headbutt last time.
何すんのこいつ強いぞ注意しろ分かったナビありがとね
行くぞ
Alright, I'm just gonna wait another turn.
の意見だから仕方ないでしょ
させるかよ
こいつ
んなもん余裕だぜ
We're trying to poison again.
こいつ強いぞ注意し
させるかよ
やってほら悪いのは
あっぶね
くらえ
無駄だって
何すんのもういいやこいつ
Okay.
強いぞ注意しろ
I mean, that's good if they're gonna stay poisoned. But I was just kind of waiting for one of them to get unpoisoned. Well, I guess that happened.
あっぶね
That hit the two people that weren't defending.
無駄だって
決まったことだから
んなもん余裕だぜ
おい立て直せるか
Okay, how am I gonna do
おいおい
this?
どうするよ
まだ
Eat.
やってやる
あっぶね無駄だって
あんたなんか仲間じゃない
ね
こいつ
Ah, there goes Yosuke.
危険な状態だぞ無茶すんなもしかしなくてもこれかなりまずいよね準備万端だよ
Joker is going to be the tank here. Alright, I have to hope that she doesn't do attack.
こんなところで
I would have won. Tried to go for the bind. Yeah, I just got really unlucky with the hits there. Random targets, randomly targeting the people who aren't defending. Oh, I'm having fun. And it sucks because I just needed... All I needed was to survive that one turn. And then I would have been fine.
分かってくる以上は仕方ないな。間違っているって教えてやれ。
やってやろうぜ。
Hitting the one person who's not defending.
よし、準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。ナビ、あんがとね。
させるかよ。はっ、んなもん余裕だぜ。
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
あったぜナビ。させるかよ。
アップね。
お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。ナビ、あんがとね。了解。
んなもん余裕だぜ。させるかよ。
こら、避けるな。知恵が危険な状態だ。気をつけろ。
おいおい、どうするよ。
Again?
終わりなの。
Well, the few that isn't defending.
こら、避けるな。
Also, front row preference, by the way.
おい、
High HP preference, also.
おいおい、どうするよ。
This phrase.
こら、避けるな。ジョーカーが危険だぞ。注意な。やば、大ピンチじゃん。
I'm actually gonna use Zanshinken.
何やってんの。
Defending, if he gets hit, isn't gonna do anything. You cannot romance in this game.
入ってきたぞ。様子が変だ。油断するな。殺されたいの。やってよ。 これひどいよな。あの後ろのやつら黙らせよ。
はっ、んなもん余裕だぜ。
無駄だって。
見切ったっつうの。
もっとやって。痛い。やだ。こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
あったぜナビ。
Third one jumping in.
でも仕方ないでしょ。
アップね。
やめて。よし、準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。
あったぜナビ。
Actually, we'll poison with you.
させるかよ。
消えちゃえ。
はっ、んなもん余裕。
無駄だって。
触んないで。やめて。何すんの。こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
サンキューな、ナビ。
うちらの意見だから仕方ないでしょ。
アップね。
こいつ
させるかよ。
やめて。もういや。よし、準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。
無駄だって。
んなもん。させるかよ。
あんたなんか仲間じゃない。決まった
無駄だって。
食らえ。
はっ、んなもん余裕だぜ。
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
サンキューなナビ。やってやる。
No, this thing. Alright, you can go finally survive.
させるかよ。
軽い軽い。
And her getting disarmed is fine.
無駄だって。
That doesn't do anything.
物理攻撃ができないから注意だ。そんな、どうしよう。
行くぞ。
Okay, I really need that one in the back to get poisoned. I think it's just one tick away.
無駄だって。
当たるかよ。
させるかよ。
There we go. See? Easy!
ジョーカーレベルアップ。
あ、なんか落としたっすよ。
See how much I had left? You have so much room. Yeah, I guess if things go, like, kind of wrong in that fight, then, it can just spiral out of control. Now, there's technically another part of this boss. It's Navi, which is... Futaba's code name in Japanese. Because Futaba is my battle navigator.
と今ならなんとかなる。みんな頑張れ。
Alright, so the way we do... We need to do some amount of damage here.
何でも言ってちょうだい。こら避けるな。
So we're gonna do
外してこいつ強い
Olympus
ぞ。注意
strats.
しろ。
サンキューなナビ。
いつでも行けるから。いつでもオッケー。
Yeah, Mara's part of the route, by the way. So we're gonna do actual damaging strats instead of trying to kill with poison. Olympus does not deal damage. I mean, it never did. It's Tentarafu that deals damage in SMT. Okay. Once this happens, just gotta wait for that to wear off. Again, this fight has a weird win condition. You just need to do enough damage. And then wait for it to run away. But it can't run away if it's confused. Alright, it didn't work. Okay, poison strats. And that's what I don't like to do. Not that. Okay.
何でも言ってちょうだい。
行くぞ。
甘いっての。
Alright, there we go.
やだ。 外しちゃった。危険な状態だぞ。
Apparently the damage is just really weird, the amount that you need to do. There we go. It's like that little roar plus some amount of damage. By the way, if you do beat that dinosaur, you don't actually get anything. Or you get, like, a tiny amount of EXP. I've done it before. Yeah, it's not worth. The movie concluded. Now time for everyone's part, now that the movie is concluded. Seeing a key getting puked out of Do's eyes.
疲れはしっかりとっておきましょう。
そう遠くない未来、それぞれは自分こそ正しいと信じてやまない人類は醜い争いを繰り返し滅亡した。そして世界は偉大な AI によって管理されたロボットだけが暮らす平和な楽園となったのである。うわ、すげえな。
今度は SF 映画ってわけか。
みんなと同じであることこそ素晴らしい。人と違えば悪目立ちするだけだ。個性とは不要なものである。さっさと個性から引っ越せよ。
そんなロボットたちだけの確一化された美しい世界である日、一つの個性が生まれてしまう。調和を乱し自己を主張する自分本位な悪の出現。このままではたった一つの個体のために世界の平和が乱されてしまう。果たして悪に見ようとした一個体は無事に個性を捨て去ることができるのか。あなたはその結末に涙する。
Ruben is in fact very cute. No, there's no rare enemy that gives you a lot of EXP. I'm gonna save, even though I probably don't need to, but whatever. This time, the P3 cast is, or the next Persona cast is pretty much right at the entrance. Oh yeah, I didn't get encounter reduction or whatever, doesn't matter. Pet the dog. It's either on the last floor or the second last. Either way, it's like an hour and a half down.
こっちね。
I don't have my map. Up. The heck?
宝箱だよ。
Oh.
開けてみる？こっちだよ。
They're just saying like, oh yeah, FMC's body should be in here.
箱発見。
行くよ。
Well, FMC knows it's an evoker. Not an actual
レア
gun.
なシャドウだ。逃がすなよ。
おらおらおら逃がさねえぞさせるかよ
リセ、ナビの交代よろしくな。期待してる。
There's a bunch of the P3 people. Gotta fight one little tiny robot.
とりあえず今はシャドウを倒すぞ。サポー
Okay,
ト
how
は
am I
任
gonna do this?
こいつは引けねえ戦い
It's actually better to have you in front defending.
せろ。いつでもオッケー。
Zio!
行くぞ。
やだ。
あっぶね
マジ君上出来。
殴り込みだこ
まだ敵いるぞ。注意しろ。ユキコが危険な状態だ。気をつけろ。
危険だな。
She also has Zio!
ら男の一撃見せてや
マジ君
るぜ
上出
何暴れてやんぜ
来。やだ。まだ残ってる。
無駄だって。
I guess the lineup should be Joker
こ
and
れで終わりだよ。まだいる。
Yosuke in front, but shouldn't matter.
超レベルアップガンガン強くなってるっすよ
Recon, who needs that? So Femsi is like, oh yeah, I know you guys. Hey, we found you. And then they don't know her because she's not canon. That's basically the explanation. And now they join, but don't have male P3 male MC or Igus in the party yet. I have to do this. I know it says DQ3, but I'm also not in a position to complain about it right now, since I'm doing the run. Yeah, many people have said it. So they probably know.
怪我大丈夫
Okay,
チケット売り場にも
we
行こう
do
よ
not need to actually do anything. Our setup, I believe. Yeah. Party. We want
ちょう
Akihiko,
ど体がなまっていたところだ
Shinjiro,
やるしかねえようだな
and the best boy. Not equip. Persona. Uzume onto you, and Ippondatara on Akihiko. And then the other two are intentionally not having Persona set. Oh, I need to get encounter reduction. That's how this game works. It's great. Sure. I want to get rid of these go backs. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. It sells for a lot of money. Getting rid of the go backs. Yes, that is the strat I have been using, is putting guillotine on everyone. They made guillotine into a skill series in this game. And I've got a bit too much popcorn in my inventory. And speaking of guillotine as a series, Koromaru naturally comes with Guillotine Slice, the medium damage version of Guillotine. There's also Guillotine Blade in this game, but we never actually get to it. But yeah, the fact that Koromaru naturally has Guillotine Slice makes him the best damage for this point in the game. In a time where you actually need to be doing damage, you can't rely on poison anymore. Yeah, because item slots are limited, I actually sold the popcorn.
行くぞ。こいつは強敵だな。血が騒ぐぞ。
どうする？
And because Koromaru has the highest agility, because he's the best boy, he's really good at using Vanish Balls. Unfortunately, you can't eat popcorn if you have max HP. Can't eat if you're full.
Yaruka.
奴らこっちよりも上手だぞ。気をつけろよ。
戦えないよ。
Yep, dog plays with ball, and counter goes away.
早く行こう。
Truly the best boy. Oh yeah, so in this game, by having a lower level sub-persona equipped compared to the level of your character means that you have a damage penalty. So that's why I'm intentionally not putting a sub-persona onto either Shinjiro or Koromaru, because the highest level sub-persona I have is like 14. And they're like, what, 30? Or something like that? 20? 25? High 20s? So they would get a huge damage penalty if I put anything on them. I think the intent of that mechanic is to incentivize you to constantly make new stuff higher and higher level.
よかった。もう追ってこないね。行くよ。
さあ、ゴングだ。
行け行けゴー。
It like for the route, it just means that
宝箱だよ。開けてみる？
they're just not gonna have anything.
こっちっすか？
FOE 接近中だよ。
Which is fine.
チャンスだ。蹴散らせ。よし、やっちゃ
Alright, so here we have something that's like not like a real FOE, it's like a fake FOE.
何でも言ってちょうだい。
And the purpose is that you have to beat this up in order to progress so that the larger FOEs don't see you.
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。ナビ、あんがとね。了解したぞよ。
See, now we're gonna see big pupper damage. I'll fight you.
ダメ。
360.
おい、立て直せるか。
Such a good boy.
知恵が危険な状態だ。気をつけろ。
危険だな。
But the thing is you still get a persona drop when you kill these things.
ペルソナが強くなっ新技ゲット。
Nice lunch. Yeah, Assault Dive does extra damage under boost.
ほら来い。そろそろ。
こっちだ。
And Shinji naturally just... He has a passive skill where he does more damage. Against enemies that have more HP, which is every FOE. So, every FOE and every boss, which is all I'm going to be doing damage to anyway. So he just straight up does more damage. Gee.
よーし、やっちゃ
Assault Dive. Kinda.
え。いつでもオッケー。
I mean, I'm also using Armor Splitter and Raccoonda to get even more damage in, but yeah.
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。ナビ、アンガとね。了解したぞよ。いざジョーカー。頼んだ。
Yeah, the fact that you get a random persona drop for doing this is why I'm fighting these things.
確実に成長しているな。
おっさきー。ラッキー、宝箱みっけ。
Instead of having to do fusions to get newer stuff, I just use drops.
突き進むぞよ。
And if you're thinking, well, how are you going to construct a route off of that? Easy! You collect all the drops. And the drops that you don't need to use, sacrifice them to turn into EXP. There's your EXP. Wow.
待ちかねたぞ。
加減はしねえ。
なるほど。
リセ、ナビの交代よろしくな。期待してるぞ。
The mother brain told a really bad pun, so all of the robots laughed.
行こう。
Alright.
宝箱だよ。開けてみる？
More money.
奴らこっちよりも上手だぞ。気をつけろよ。ドーンと。
甘い。
This way, this way.
敵 FOE を発見。注意して。
加減はしねえ。
よーし、やっちゃ
よし。
Splitters
一気に蹴散らす。
dive.
え。いつでも OK。範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。ナビ、あんがとね。了解したぞよ。 その調子だ。ほいちゃん、今の私は
Thanks to the boost, though, we were able to go first and then immediately apply Palimpa again.
お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
了解だ。
Such a good boy.
ペルソナが強く。
悪くない。
Okay, Uzume onto you, so you can be healing. And then Uzume back onto you.
こっちだ。
So Koromaru's passive is that each step you take, he recovers SP. So I can use him to heal, and I'm still fine.
気をつけろよ。
先はまだあんな。
Such a good boy.
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
無茶をする必要はない。ペット。
Accent. I mean, it's actually not amazing, it's just actually kind of nice for this one little walk right here. Just because it means I have essentially infinite healing. Poison. Mazio. Poison.
頼りになります、真田さん。
一気に行かせてもらう。
The fact that Akihiko just has Mazio naturally for this fight in particular is kinda silly.
ダメよ。
まずいな。押されている。このままでは危険だ。
These robots either no panic or they're very resistant to it.
注意しろ。
遊んでんのか。
Aichi.
不足だったか。
ダメよ。遊んでんのか。
おい、立て直せ
The robots can't panic, except the robots that I've been panicking.
このままでは危険だ。一気に行かせてもらう。
あちゃー、残ったか。
Well, that one really doesn't want to be poisoned.
やれる。
Endure.
遊んでんのか。
Endure.
まだ。
視野が危険な状態だ。気をつけろ。
フィニッシュを決めてやる。これで終わらせる。
ごめん。もうダメ。
やる気が回ったか。
おい、立て直せるか。
一気に行かせてもらう。終わりの時間だな。
Easy.
ジョーカーのペルソナが
新たな力だ。
That was like the worst that's ever gone. We have Q's ribbon. It looks like Igus. She's saying that her individuality needs to be deleted. And everyone's saying, no, that's wrong! So we gotta change it. Also, she is very cute. Spite. Okay, Uzume onto you. Perfect.
罠はないようですね。
早く行くぞ。
行くぜ。
Slap that. Okay. Alright, I need to solve this. I've forgotten how to do it.
いくよ。いけいけゴー。
Wait, I need to go this
リ
way.
セ、ナビの交代よろしくな。期待してるぞ。ナビ、お疲れ。私も頑張るからね。先に進めるね。敵 FOE を発見。注意して。
I haven't changed the route, if that's what you're
よーし、やっちゃえ。
asking. Nor do I think it should be changed a whole lot, at least. Making third stratum last longer means that the fourth and fifth stratums are going to be way shorter.
防御を怠るなよ。
I can't use the thing for big pupper damage.
ワンコが危険だぞ。注意な。
この状況だ。無理はするな。
行っちゃうかんね。
いってなくそ。
おい、立て直せるか。
諦めるな。まずは立て直すぞ。
いつでもオッケ
いや、まだまだ。
ー。進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。
この力で
ミシシ。
先に進むぞ。
Let's go this way. And then that's the
画面
shortcut
こ
back.
っちこっち。FOE だよ。
11 out of 12, good. Heal us, Pupper. What a good boy. Splitter.
あちゃちゃちゃちゃ。いつでもオッケー。
バカな。
I mean, the main reason to apply panic is so the guillotine skills do more
を
damage.
使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。
了解だ。ナビ任せとけ。
That and also, you know, making sure that they're not doing anything worse than normal attack.
I love
how we just cut them off.
FOE 撃破。
ジョーカーのペルソナが成長だ。さあ行こう。
気をつけろよ。気をつけろよ。
I scrolled to look at my notes, and then I scrolled past the map. And now to actually go further, we need to pass some tests. Need to do all of them at once. By the way, a situation where just hitting the default thing isn't the fastest. So they're all separating into groups. To what they think they do the best. Knowledge. Knowledge is faster. And we're gonna be quizzed. And we're going to say the wrong things for the quiz because it's just the default thing and everyone else is good enough. Yeah, the power one is slightly slower, and then the adaptation one takes forever because you have to see a whole bunch of characters doing animations. The knowledge one, it's just, yeah, text, done.
階段発見行ってみる
Gonna take a heel trip out. Okay, do not need either of these.
効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。
Some healing items.
ご購入ありがとうございます。
And restock on these.
ご購入ありがとうございます。
ペルソナの所持数がいっぱいね。
Yes, I'm aware we have all the personas we can carry. We're fine. Hey look, that's where the next floor is, right there. Think? Maybe? Yeah. There's actually over a page of notes before I even get to the map. Hey look, it's Aegis and P3 male MC. Gotta help him.
とりあえず今はシャドウを倒すぞ。サポートは任せろ。
Oops. Any recovery? Defend.
やるか。
And Taruna.
何でも言ってちょうだい。
Plasma.
行くぞ。
甘えよ。遊んでんのか。
Just using the status effects that are effective.
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。
And you can slice, things smash or other things. Which I don't actually have things smash, but whatever. Just let the puppy do the damage.
電撃属性が狙い目だな。やれるか。
さあ来い。俺が。
甘えよ。
甘い。
こら避けるな。よし、準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。
了解だ、ナビ。
Actually, splitter.
遠慮はしない。
行くぞ。
いざジョーカー。頼んだよ、ジョーカー。 いざジョーカー。
Well, he's been staying confused for quite a bit. No percent drop.
俺のペルソナ確実に成長
This
して
doesn't
いる。
really matter though. Alright. So now we have everyone. Because these are the last people that get recruited, they join at the highest level. Which also means, at this point, if I want someone else to be at a higher level, or if I want someone to be at a higher level, I have to increase the level myself. Which means, this is the perfect time to grind. Also, triple brown meow. On top of that, the best way to grind is off of getting new personas. And getting personas to drop is capped by your current highest level. So there's no point in actually progressing without grinding. If you need to grind, which you do. First, see these growth incenses. Raised to wild level. You can use an Akihiko.
ペルソナが強くなった。
Growth incense is an item that you can use to make someone go to whatever the max level is. I don't need my boost. And because I just recruited guys that joined at level 35, Akihiko's now 35. So basically, we went from our highest level 26 to 35 just from recruiting. So going forward, the best way to get EXP is to choose someone to be our EXP dump. And that is going to be Akihiko. While you could save a growth incense by choosing P3MC or Aegis, Akihiko is just better. Okay, we want Genga from any way that we can do it. Using an Ippon Datara is perfectly fine. And then Genga, yeah. Do we have any passives? Ambush Arts is perfect. Power Knack is good. I forgot what I used, so I'm going to look at this. I need to... This isn't a... So this is just me making a mistake. Tsuchiguma. I need to write Tsuchiguma down. Okay. No, but that's the last new character that you get. So now we need to completely switch gears. Okay, Archangel and Genga. With Guillotine Slice, and then those passives that we got are good. And then Uzume and Red Rider. With Guillotine Slice, and those two. No. Actually I do need Ailment Arts. Ailment Arts, Ambush Arts, if there. Which it is. Okay, so Genga and Red Rider, I can afford to buy them again. Alright. So everything we have... Oh wait, I need to do one more fusion. One more fusion, sorry. A bit premature there. It's Ippon Datara with Valkyrie.
いかがで
Oh. Endure neck, and armor splitter. I just need endure and armor splitter on the same thing. And then I rebought Red Rider and Genga. Okay. Now,
捧げるのね
we need to get rid of everything. Except Moshivu. I don't actually have the money to rebuy Moshivu is pretty much what it comes down to. I'm gonna feed all of these personas to Akihiko. Actually gonna wait on Queen Map. I don't have enough money to get Queen Map back either. Okay, Nigimi Tama is not on the list. We can go ahead and do that. Don't need Mazio anymore. Probably don't need Matarunde either, but whatever. Popo, sure. Keep dumping that EXP. Need more. Okay, Genga and Red Rider. And how much is Queen Mab? Yeah. So Genga onto you, Red Rider onto you, right? Shinji, Queen Mab onto you, Moshivu onto you, nothing on the Koromaru. As planned. So now my max level is 39. What do? We grind some more. So those 10 extra slots, we're gonna fill them up with persona drops.
みんな準備はいい？張り切ってこ
う。さあ行こ
う。ほら来い。
早く進みましょう。
FOE から逃げ切れたみたい。
罠はないようですね。
Well, this is the easiest way to get persona drops, at least at this level.
チャンスだ。蹴散らせ。よーし、やっちゃえ。あちょ。あちゃちゃちゃ
Wait,
ちゃ。
you use Brain Shake. So one thing that makes
いつでも OK。
that makes Akihiko so good as the EXP dump is Brain Shake. So Brain Shake is actually the highest chance to inflict panic.
ワンコバネーナ。
And Akihiko has good agility growth, so that natural Brain Shake helps quite a bit.
すごい。
開けごまってな。
No. Wait, what? How do I go through this part again? Right, I do this.
ほら、行くよ。FOE がいるよ。 チャンス。いけいけゴーゴー。あちょあちゃちゃちゃちゃ。
やってやる。
Now what makes Chie good here is that Chie naturally has the ambush arts passive,
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。
which means you do more damage to enemies that are elemented. Which combos with Guillotine Slice that does the same thing. And I've set basically this entire party to be really high damaging with Guillotine Slice. So that's why these bots are dying super quickly. Gotta do that 4 more times to fill my stock.
効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。
チケット売り場も行こうぜ。
Also by having Akihiko as the EXP dump, he's always gonna go first. Which means you can have better setups with Brain Shake.
よし行くとしよう。
よっしゃ行こうぜ。
さあ行こっか。
いざ泣いたようだな。
気をつけて。
FOE に気をつけて。
加減はしねえ。
いけいけゴーゴー。あちょあちゃちゃちゃちゃ。
行くぞ。
Ah, dang. Now our guillotine slices aren't doing as much damage.
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。
It missed again!
やべえ。
That's so rare!
新次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。
FOE 片付けたぞ。もうちっとで。
こっちっすか。
Do the scan.
先行きますね。FOE 接近中だよ。
加減はしねえ。
いけいけゴーゴ
手こずる相手じゃねえな。
No, no, assault dive. I already passed that point.
ー。いつでも OK。 範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。
Use Brain Shake again, whatever.
Down! こいつも成長したみたいだ。
Doing that trip 3 more times. Going right back in.
疲れた。
Also, with these searcher bots, because they're part of the FOE puzzle, they respawn every time instead of respawning only every 5 trips.
準備はいい？張り切ってこう。
Which is part of what makes doing this fast as well.
さあ行こう。
気をつけろよ。
進め
So it is kind of a
諦めてくれたみてえだな。
funny thing how right at this moment with the routing,
注意して
our with the way the speedrun
よ
works,
しやっちゃえあちょあちゃちゃちゃちゃ
the gears get completely shifted. It went from trying to get through at as low level as possible with as little as possible until we get up to this point, and now we're just gonna sit here and fucking grind our asses off. Right in the middle of the game.
防御を怠るなよ
But the thing is, like, the EXP that you get naturally off of just killing things is awful in risky mode.
てれってなこの調子でガンガンいっちゃおう
And the final boss, like, you pretty much need to beat the final boss at a high enough level just to be able to beat it.
FOE に気をつけて
Casually, I got to the final boss at level 60
いけいけ
and couldn't beat it because I didn't have enough damage and just stalled the fight forever. And that was level 60. By the way, we're going well past level 60.
その調子だ
We're going to 72 at the... not the end of this grind, but once we get to 72, we'll be done grinding. For good. We'll
よし。
extend the grind a little bit into 4th stratum, but not much later. Let's see, where am I at?
みなさい
2 more. And as it turns out, level 72... It's not that I can't beat the game at a lower level,
みんな準備はいい
but it's actually just faster to do the extra grind to get to level 72. Solely because of how fast you beat the final boss. Not even including the boss rush just before the final boss.
行くぞ
あいつもう追ってこないな。こっち
In fact, going from level 60-ish to level 72 is gonna take about an extra hour of grind.
チャンスだ蹴散らせ
But there's so much that's wrong with any other, or that goes bad and slow with any other
なんでも言ってちょ
routes,
うだい
that I'm pretty confident, not 100% confident, but pretty confident that grinding to 72 is actually the fastest way to beat this game. On risky, at least.
すばしっ
範囲
こいな。
攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな
So you know what you gotta do? You gonna speedrun this? You gotta grind your ass off. Right at this point. And on top of that, I mentioned this before, but it is
進路が危険だぞ
still worth hammering down. The persona drops, because they're your main form of EXP, they're actually capped at your current max level. So even if you try to force yourself through and progress as low level as possible, you're not actually getting anything out of it. There's just no point. There's just not a better grind spot because of the level caps on the drops.
何でも言ってちょうだい。信じろ、見事なり。
It also means that you don't have to do a whole lot of, you don't have to do too many fusions and spend a whole bunch of money just trying to get stuff in the compendium. And just use your money to buy stuff that you need back, because you're getting all these drops.
ジョーカーのペルソナが成長だ。腹が減っては戦はできぬのだよねえ。
さっさと終わらせようぜ。
So this little grind right here, I'm going to do. I'm actually almost done with, and I'm going to be walking to the 4th floor, and then I'm going to do the same thing on the 4th floor. And then I'm going to fight the actual FOEs doing the same thing.
FOE が近くにいる。気をつけろ。加減はしねえ。
The grind will. All of that will be over in about.
いつでも OK。
The 7-hour mark?
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。
了解だ。
Not by you.
だったかも。
FOE 片付けたぞ。
Getting the drops off of the bots actually is actually kind of quick. Let me get rid of this popcorn.
進むぞこら。
こちらです。敵 FOE を発見。注意して。
加減はしねえ。
いけいけゴーゴー。あちょう。あちゃちゃちゃちゃ。なんでも言ってちょうだい。範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。
FOE 片付けたぞ。
Like, I still need to do all the menuing and the setup.
よし、筋肉を冷やしておくか。
おい、ペルソナの所持数がいっぱいだ。
On it.
Okay, now I'm going to do some fusions that I need to do at some point anyway. And this gets me new stuff. Okay, Narcissus. Did I get Gorgon? No. Alright. Fusion search for White Rider. Alright, Basilisk. I don't need anything. So that's Basilisk to Kotonushi. Okay. Yes, I have a 3DS capture card. Oh, whoops. So, Orochi Gozuki. Dan. Orochi Gozuki. Okay, how many Orochis can I rebuy? 1, 2, 3. Narcissus, Orochi, with Rampage. I did not get Succubus, but it's fine. Orochi and something else. Mitsuru. So I need something that isn't going to show up later. Havachi's one, probably. Thinking I'll make Sunu though. So who did I use for that Genbu? Genbu. Put that down. And then get Orochi back, and I'm out of cash. So now everything else that doesn't have Rampage, we are going to feed to Akihiko. I confuse White Rider. I can give White Rider away. I need to eventually make a White Rider. For fusions later. Alright, looks good. Okay. money. Give everyone rampage. And now we need some more money. Rampage is basically the weakest skill that has the most number of hits.
おお、珍しいのがいる。畳みかけろ。待て待て待て。リーガさん。
And the amount of money that you get off of these things is pretty much just based off of number of hits. Alright, I need to get rid of this stupid baby thing. Well, the problem is that Akihiko got agility bound, so I can't... I can't apply a brain shake.
いつでも言ってくれ。
了解した。
何でも言ってちょうだい。
お、やべ。
危険だぞ。注意な。やば。大ピンチじゃん。ナイスだ、コロちゃん。
So every single one of these giving me money. Ah, dang, I can't get money off of it anymore. I can still fish for crits to finish it out. Which is much more likely if it's confused. No, this is E-Trainers. It's called Persona Q, but it's totally E-Trainers. 28,000.
何か落としたぞ。
よし、ここからはリセにバトンタッチするぞ。
何を売っていただける？効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。
Okay, I need some more revival items.
ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。
So, how much do I have? 9? 1, 2, 3. I need to get rid of 1. Oops. Let's do this.
チケット売り場にも行こうよ。新た捧げるの。
So I'll get rid of one of them. Let's say... No, I need Dentalian later. for our fusion. So I still have stock. Just put the stuff back on. Queen Man, Mushifu, King. Actually, right now is a good time to. Oh, I already sacrificed me. Okay, never mind. Okay, now we continue exploring.
よし、行くとしよう。
Just need to get to the 4th floor.
ほら来い。
進むぞこら。
So I could get a few more levels, but...
行くぜ。
I'm just saving it for now, before I can get a real big, money infusion.
FOE か見つからねえよう注意しな。
よーしやっちゃ
手こずる相手じゃねえな。
えいつでも OK。
Now, technically, this isn't for grind purposes. This is what you need to do to progress through this area.
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
Oh yeah, pet the dog. Is that on this floor? I think it's on the... Yeah, pet the dog is on the next floor.
イエーイ、やったよー。新技ゲット。
You can use the other pro tags as party members. On any difficulty other than risky, you don't have to have Joker in your party anyway.
やった、お宝発見。
On risky, you have to have Joker in your party because him dying means game over.
おい、レアなシャドウだ。逃がすなよ。待て待て。
Yeah, and the 4th main character being the female main character from P3P. She's in here too. In fact, you just saw her right there. Both the male and the female are in here. More money.
行くぞ。 いつ強いぞ、注意しろ。
Another thing with Akihiko having so much agility, because he's been pumping all that EXP, I can just queue up Vanish Ball with him, boom, fight's done. No, we found male P3 Crotak. See, he's right there. Five is the detour for cash.
行くぞ。こいつ強いぞ、注意しろ。
行くぞ。やったな。お、やべえ。
やつらこっちよりも上手だぞ、気をつけろよ。
This is Persona Q2.
宝箱じゃん。
6. So there. Get more money.
気合い入れてこう。
さあ、ゴングだ。
よーし、やっ。ナビ、リセに交代するぞ。突き進むぞよ。
そろそろゴールかと思ったんだがな。 FOE か見つからねえよう注意しな。加減はしねえ。
よーし、やっちゃえ。あちょあちゃちゃちゃちゃ。なんでも言ってちょうだい。
チュッ。
その調子だ。はちゃん、今の。ジョーカーのペルソナが成長だ。 まだまだ元気そうだね。
Nice. Where did I? Oh, that. Yeah, that spot just isn't marked on my notes.
よーし、ゴー。 行こうぜ。
This way.
こっちからよ。 FOE 接近中だよ。
よっしゃ行こうぜ。
FOE を
I need to hit all the shortcuts on this floor, because I'm going to be taking them quite a bit.
FOE がいるよ。やったね。ビッグチャンス。いけいけゴーゴー。
よし一気に蹴散らすぞ。行くぞ。
ワンコバネラ。
It's true, Koromoro is a good puppy.
イエーイ。やったよ。
Kurama. I think Kurama is actually the highest level persona that drops here. It's basically I need to be a high enough level in order to make sure I get the drops, kind of, sort of. Oh yeah, you need to look at this door. And see that it is locked before we can continue. So we go through the duct. And then after we go through the duct, we have one of the greatest part. One of the greatest scenes of this entire game. First they have to spend a few minutes talking about going through a duct before they actually go through. Koromoro's having a real fun time, teasing people. What a good boy. In fact, you know, have this on the screen. You can pet the dog in Persona Q2. Oh, okay.
レアなお肉じゃなくてシャドウだよね。うん。狙っ
早く来い。
FOE を振り切った
Free
よ。
first.
まだ道のりは長そうだよ。
Same,
油断し
but
ないでね。
this.
FOE が気づいたみたい。
I Oh, whoops. Right.
どうする？戦うか、それとも手。
こっちだ。
Okay, this cutscene right here unlocks a side quest that we don't necessarily want to complete, but we want to go through because it always has those large shadows in it that we can just beat up for cash.
FOE 接近中だよ。
さあ、ゴングだ。
いけいけゴーゴ
手こずる相手じゃねえな。
ー。いつでも OK。攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御をこて。イエーイ！やったよ
ー。また強くなったみたいだな。
見て、そこ通れそうだよ。
Five here. This way. The way this puzzle works, have to use the shortcut to work back so you can get through the door.
いくよ。
This is what you want to see.
畳みかけろ。
ああ、必ず仕留める。行くぞ。
Normal attack, I guess. Cash!
今は魔法攻撃が効きにくいぞ。他の攻め方でやってみよう。ナビ、あんがとね。了解したぞよ。
Normal attack, normal attack. All the money! And he drops a persona, which isn't bad, but more importantly, beating up this shell here gives us big cash.
シャドウのやつ、様子が変わったみてえだ。
頼りになります、真田さん。
Alright, we don't even need to kill it, we just need to beat it up.
まだいる。
後で骨付き肉だ。
Now the money is the prize. 50K.
新たな力だ。
よし、ここからはリセにバトンタッチするぞ。
こっちだよ。
Grab this.
ラッキー、宝箱みっけ。
No cutscene because we got the thing earlier. The other map. Treasure map.
お疲れ様。
Oh, I wish it was for Koromaru doggy treats. No, it's for Akihiko's protein.
新たな捧げるのね。
Alright, this cherub. We can freely get rid of. Okay, Setanta we can get rid of. Pazuzu? Yeah, Pazuzu we need to keep. Kurama and Parvati we keep. Earthrus we keep.
Ticket 売り場、こまめに確認しておこうぜ。
Let's see, 87,000. We probably need some more. So what we're gonna do is we're going to partly do a side quest. It is this one that we just got.
発見完了でございます。
This is where gold shadows appear large gold shadows appear very frequently. Which means big money. Triple down, yeah, so we're good there. Do I have the home stuff? Yeah. And my... Okay, we're good. Oh, I remember what I need to do. I need a couple of these. I'm also going to need a bunch of these, so I'm just going to do a bunch of my shopping right here, and I am full. Both. Can sell these. Actually, I kind of want to keep the bomb life. And there we go. So one thing we just barely picked up was the treasure map, which means we can go back to some of the spots to specific areas that we've been to before and pick up some stuff on specific tiles. But now we want encounters. I can sell that for cash.
敵だ、やってやれ。
Perfect.
おい、レアなシャドウだ。逃がすなよ。
ああ、必ず仕留める。やってやる。
Rakukaja is perfect. That's so good.
Now は魔法攻撃が効きにくいぞ。他の攻め方でやっ。ヒコヒコが危険だぞ。注意な。
この状況だ。
Endure.
Oi, 立て直せるか。
俺の拳受けてみろ。
This to heal, and I just gotta defend with him every turn now. Aw, dang, Rakukaja wore off. Why did I use another heal item on Joker? Yeah, resist everything until you break the armor. But like, we just want to beat up the armor to get money. We don't really care about killing it, we care about destroying the armor. Or beating up the armor so money comes out. Alright, Persona. Let's do Orochi and you.
やった！お宝発見！
待ちかねたぞ。
レアなお肉じゃなくてシャドウだよね。うん。狙いを定めろ。逃がすなよ。
Okay. What can I use for this? Was it less? Alright.
何でも言ってちょうだい。
やってやる。
Just try to ailment it to keep it down. Yes,
今は魔法攻撃が効きにくいぞ。他の攻め方でやってみよう。
This is the problem with trying to do this, because you have another thing that joins, and that makes things complicated.
が危険だぞ。注意な。やば、大ピンチじゃん。
Kinda can't do much with them in the back because they can't target. Because it's back versus back. I still want you to trickle down here. As well do in front headbutt. Triple here. Revive. Didn't get much money, but that's fine.
危険だな。
この程度で。
Oh no, it ran away. We could kill it. But yeah, that was just kind of awkward. All around is a list of something I need. 1 plate, 2 times EXP, 0 EXP. I mean, that was still okay money, but not what I was after. Alright, this will be the last one I go for. Grinding money just for fusions to make the fusion route work. Getting new personas so we can sack them to get more EXP as well. Alright, Rampage. Bomb. Dang it! I just don't hit Joker. Alright. I actually don't know what this is, week 2. So let's go for crits! Pretty much this is going to be... It's going to be mostly enough just to fund, like, the entire rest of the run. I already sacked Hitoko Tameshi.
Huh? Lucky!
Okay, we're done. We're out of here. 300,000 yen.
お疲れ様。ペルソナの所持数がいっぱいになっちゃったね。新た捧げるのね。
Okay, now we can get rid of this Pyro Jack. Oh, I didn't sack Hitoko Tanushi. That's on my list of things to buy back and sack. Which I guess I'm not going to do because I got it as a drop. Zuzu, keep. Narashimha, keep. All around, keep. Hitoko Tanushi, we can. Oh, right, I need to get the stuff that I didn't sack before.
閲覧なさい。
So that would be Genbu, Gozuki, Basilisk, Narcissus, and Shigumo. And then Orochi I did sack. Okay.
新た捧げるのね。
No, keep that. And then Genbu. Okay. Yeah, and I need to keep all this. Still not enough.
頑張ってサポートするね。
いいぞ。
Genga onto you. Can I put on Kormaru? I guess you. Okay.
敵だ、やってやれ。
あとで倍返しだ。だそりゃ。
I love these HP differentials.
やばいぞ、毒を受けてる。
Yes, a bush. There's the Overseer, who's casted to Ikutsuki for this movie. Or maybe it's the other way around. Ikutsuki is casted. Well, whatever. How do we beat him? Well, he's susceptible to panic.
みんな、リボンのためにも絶対に負けられないぞ。
負けられないな。
いつでも OK。
Let's do Rakunda.
行くぞ。やべえ。
消えなさい。排除だ。
No, my popper.
ワンコが危険だぞ。注意な。
この状況だ。無理はするな。
何でも言ってちょうだい。
And the funny thing is, because of the way this game works, having Akihiko level means that he's actually getting less and less damage with this setup. Good thing everyone else is good with damage. Except Joker. Well, I can't not have Joker.
やってやる。
No, my dog!
ごめん。
Shit!
ダメ。危険な状態だぞ。無茶すんな。
危険だな。
うわ、まだまだ。
進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。
まずいな。押されている。このままでは危険だ。
Hot dog!
行くぞ。
この程度だ。
排除だ。
There we go.
こいつも成長したみたいだ。
新たな力だ。
何か落としたぞ。
That wasn't the actual Overseer. Dang. Gotta find the actual mother computer. Just really close. We're still not gonna fight it yet. Still need to do some grind.
こっちだ。
Actually, Quimab on the U. Alright, come on, lend us some of your SP. back onto you.
Miro, 近道にできそうだぞ。加減はしねえ。
よーし、やっちゃ
手こずる相手じゃねえな。
え。何でも言ってちょうだい。範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。
There's a big pupper damage.
新次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。
Habble sag.
レベルアップ。
We want to open up the shortcut so we can grind those things quicker.
こっちだよ。
And then that key card that we got from beating that overseer lets us progress.
見て、そこ通れそうだよ。
Don't really need this one grabbing it anyway. Alright, bot grind, part 2.
皆様、ゆっくり休んでいってく
This
ださい。
actually isn't going to be too long because the personas that I would get off of it, most of them I already have. A good number of them I already have.
ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。
I don't really... In fact, I don't really have a whole lot left to pick up.
いくよ。
Fati, Paddle Sag, I've seen yeah.
ほらほら、こっち。行くぞ。FOE 接近中だよ。やったね、ビッグチャンス。よーし、やっちゃえ。
よし、一気に蹴散らすぞ。
Slice.
い
Slice.
つでも OK。
Slice. And cross.
チッ。
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。
了解だ、ナビ。
Okay, reading my notes means this is gonna be 2 trips. It was actually gonna be 2 trips, which is fine.
よし、ここからはリセにバトンタッチするぞ。
See. Queen map.
おっさきー。
敵 FOE を発見。注意して。チャンスだ。蹴散らせ。よーし、やっちゃ
よし一気に蹴散らすぞ。
え。何でも言ってちょうだい。
Dang.
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言って。こっちこっち。
しゃ行こうぜ。
いざ
FOE うまく巻いたな。
敵 FOE を発見。注意して。いけいけゴーゴ
よし一気に蹴散らすぞ。
ー。何でも言ってちょうだい。
Dang. I have not been getting good luck on these brain shakes. Which, I mean, if I want good luck on brain shakes, it's gonna be for the next batch. What I'd be going for.
てなくそ。
進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。
FOE 撃破。
Joker actually killed something! Wait, Orthrus.
にしし。
I already sacked Orthrus. That was a mistake.
皆さん、お疲れ様です。
So I should really be
捧げるの。
sacking away this Queen Mab at this point. Because otherwise it's just going to get dropped, and... yeah. So I'm going to get 3, yeah. So I'm going to get 3 more personas on this trip. Which means I'm going to run out of stock, and that last one is going to be Moshavu being dropped. So I pretty much have a full stock of things to just sack.
気をつけろ。さあゴングだ。
いけいけゴーゴー。何でも言ってちょうだい。範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。
I'm using Koromaru for big pupper damage. How could I be playing this wrong?
イエーイ！やったよー！やった！レベルアップしちゃった！よし！ここからは はリセにバトンタッチする。
行こうか。
FOE がすぐそばにいやがんな。
よーし、やっちゃ
Oh, I see.
手こずる相手じゃ
Yeah,
ねえな。
mods are asleep.
え。なんでも言ってちょうだい。進次郎、見事なり。
よし FOE 撃破だ。
ペルソナが強くなったみたい。
おっせき
早く来い。
FOE
こっちですよ。 FOE を振り切ったよ。
FOE がすぐそばにいやがんな。
やったね、ビッグチャンス。いけいけゴーゴー。あちょん、あちゃちゃちゃちゃ。
やってやる。
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。
了解。
Tsunu. That was one I sacked. That's not on my list. Dang. Alright, I'll have to figure out something to fuse Onitsunu into.
Yes.
ペルソナの所持数がいっぱいだぜ。
Okay. A compendium
新
ticket.
たな可能性を合体です。いいだろう。
Okay, Onitsunu into... Hey, Thoth! I need Thoth! So, Kusi. That's what I got rid of for that. And then... Orthrus. Right, yeah, Orthrus.
合体ですね。いいだろ
To Cybele Works.
う。いかがでしょう。 閲覧なさい。
So the ones I did was Kushi and Dominion. Alright,
新たな
time for feeding! Let me take 57. So that's the level where the next things that I'm gonna get drops with. Next thing the farm drops off of is going to be sort of capped. Okay. So Thoth is going to be used in this fusion. Genga. Yeah, that's fine. For Scuddy with Slice. And then Ambush Arts because I can. So I'm gonna get Thoth back. Thoth to sack and Dantalion. And Thoth and no. Skadi and Dantalion together. Faringda, pass Rampage, and Guillotine Slice, Ambush Arts is helpful. Get Scotty back to sacrifice. And now we're going to be sacking onto Ringda. Although first we can sack Ringda herself. Yeah, that's fine. Get Ringda back. Scotty onto Ringda. Thoth to Ringda. We want that debilitate before the next grind. Alright, and then we have an extra. Which we can just feed to Akihiko, I think. Yeah. Okay, we've got Ringda, we need Genga again. 29. And then Red Rider's Days, and then whatever gets dropped is what I put onto Koromaru. And then, yeah, Growth Incense on Joker, which is going to be a bathroom break for me. Be right back.
ジョーカーおめでとうございます。
新たな力だ。
Yeah, that's literally what growth and senses do, is it puts it at the same level of whoever the highest level is. Oh, whoops. It's returned from I don't need a Removal Vanguard either. Okay, and now we are ready for the scarier grind. Just the drill bots.
早くおいでよ。
こっちだな。
行こうぜ。
Nice amount of area uncovered, by the way.
やったね、ビッグチャンス。逃げた方がいい。撤退するぞ。いつでも OK。
行くぞ。
Debilitate. Dang, didn't work.
Shinjiro, 見事なり。
悪くねえ調子だ。好きに暴れさせてもらうぜ。
何でも言ってちょうだい。
遅いな。
Nice.
まだまだ。
So now the persona drops that we're gonna get off this are really good. It's like both route-wise the best that we can get, and it's also really good level-wise for what we need. So one thing in particular that we need to get is Black Rider. We don't need anything off of Black Rider, but we just need Black Rider.
おい、立て直せるか。
諦めるな。まずは立て直すぞ。
Let's do this turn first.
お任せだよ。
So, you know how with a bunch of Persona games there's not only double fusions, but triple fusions. Triple fusions also exist in this game. The issue is that you need to go through 5 side quests, and then do another side quest,
頼んだよ。
just to unlock triple fusions.
いつでも OK。
Which means there's some Arcana that you just cannot fuse if you're not going to go for triple fusions. So anything I need that's going to be in the Arcana that are tri-fuse only, I would have to get them off of drops. And one of the few ones that I need is Black Rider. Which is dropped by the drill bots.
何でも言ってちょうだい。
Nice.
遅いな。
お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
Only I'm allowed to brain shake. It doesn't take forever to get 100%.
進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。
Can just chip him down. It's Mara. That's actually the one you want to see. One of the ones you want to see early as possible.
何か落ちてるよ。 皆様、ゆっくり休んでいってくださいね。
Yeah, that's a level 60 persona drop. And that's what I want to put onto Koromaru. Because Mara has Tarakaja. Matarakaja. Yeah, I should dump this track pipe.
ほらほら、こっち。
He's a good boy, he'll be able to handle it.
腕が鳴るな。
おお、FOE のお出ましだぜ。
さあ、ゴングだ。
That's how the route works.
FOE じゃん。ここは逃げるに1票。逃げた方がいい。撤退するぞ。何でも言ってちょうだい。
Nice. Early proc.
知恵、その調子だ。ほうちゅう。今の私は一味違うかんね。
思う存分噛みつけ、コロちゃん。
But having Matarakaja as early as possible is really nice. Who's a good boy?
いつでも OK。 おい、立て直せるか。
危険だな。
Ow.
何でも言ってちょうだい。
遅いな。
ワンコが危険だぞ。注意な。やば、大ピンチじゃん。 お任せだよ。
Nice.
里中知恵いきまーす。よーしやっちゃえ。いっちゃうかんね。進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。やば、大ピンチじゃん。
There we go. Still got more to go, though. A lot more to go.
これで倒せる相手が増えたな。
この調子でガンガンいっちゃおう。
お宝か。
Yeah, Monk Bro.
フラフラしやがれ。
みんなお疲れ様。
Let me get some more healing things.
効能は保証いたしますよ。
Dogs,
ご購入
popcorn,
ありがとうございます。
revival items. That's what I needed.
ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。
Actually got to 59 on the way. The other persona drop that we want to see earlier is Mother Harlot. Just so that we can set that onto the navigator to start gaining EXP. Because we need Harlot's last skill so that we can pass it on to something else.
Let's go go! FOE がいるよ。チャンスだ。蹴散らせ。だな。ここは逃げとくべきだ。無茶ダメ絶対。いつでも OK。
やってやる。
Slice and then debilitate. Dang.
お、サポート可能だぞ。
Nice.
Go! 抜かるなよ。行くぞ。
Please.
やべ。
Need confusion to proc, please.
危険だな。俺が行く。いいな。
Hot dogs.
何でも言って
Hot
ちゃう。
dogs.
甘い。無駄だ。
大丈夫。みんなならやれる。
遠慮はしない。
やってやる。
いつでも OK。
Dang Of course I get procced with it. Right, and I don't have anything that can cure that, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna run. And try again. Cut our losses. I'm going to load because I want to keep my gauge for the healing. That was just bad luck. I've statistically done... I've done the statistics, and it's about 60% for Brain Shake to proc. So the fact that it missed, like, what, 3 or 4 times in a row there? That's pretty bad.
FOE か見つからねえよう注意しな加減をしねえ
だな、ここは逃げとくべきだ。無茶ダメ絶対。何でも言ってちょうだい。
行くぞ。
Dang it!
お、サポート可能だぞ。
Please. Alright, thank you for the luck, Freedom. Good night.
よし、やっちゃえ。
出なくそ。
Incredible.
進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。
やってやる。
いつでもオッケー。
Hot dogs, hot dogs.
この程度で。
無駄だ。
There we go.
甘いな。
大丈夫。みんなならやれる。
やるか。
何でも言ってちょうだい。よーし、やっちゃえ。いつでもオッケー。進次郎、見事なり。
Can we maintain our gauge so we're not using too much of it? That would be nice. Kinda need to just recover anyway.
やば。
Morale's getting pretty low.
FOE 片付けたぞ。
Bugs. Not used for anything except EXP fodder.
新しい技だ。力はあって困らね
この調子でガンガンいっちゃおう。お、何か落ちてるよ。
Right, I wanted stash recovery in case that thing happened. I also wanted to check something. Yeah, you have the resonance coin. So my gauge increasing should be going up higher.
何を売っていただけるの？効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。
I was projected to still take like another half hour just beating up these drill bots.
早く行くぞ。体が余りそうだ。こっちだ。
Yep, nice area map percent. It's funny how that always happens. Right when they get to this part, it's just going to be nice area map percent.
やったね、ビッグチャンス。逃げた方がいい。撤退するぞ。いつでもオッケー。 よし、やっちゃえ。
Where's the pro?
出なくそ。
進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。やば、大ピンチじゃん。
Popcorn on you, armor splitter.
何でも言ってちょうだい。
That's good.
知恵、その調子だ。ほうちゅう。今の私は一味違うかんね。
遠慮はしねえ。
Yes, this is the long grind of the run. Black Rider is one of the things that we need. I need every drop. For grinding purposes. Anyway, so you're both correct.
いいぞ、里中。好きなように暴れてこい。行くぞ。
Kaja.
やってやる。まだまだか。
Lucky dying is pretty annoying.
無茶すんな。やば、大ピンチじゃん。
Foul.
いつでもオッケー。
Corn. Smack.
甘い無駄だ。
よーし、やっちゃえ。
わかったよ。確実に仕留めろよ。
何でも言ってちょうだい。
行くぞ。
やべ。
There we go.
遅いな。
よし、準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。
了解だナビ、任せとけ。
いつでもオッケ
まだまだ。
ー。進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。
やってやる。
おい、立て直せるか。
I'm out of hot dogs.
この
Wait, where's the slice
何
things?
でも言ってちょうだい。
奪うぞ。
大丈夫。
I think I beat that without using any gauge. Hey, there's Harlot.
てれってー。ナビは
お宝か。
Harlot. You.
ご無事で何よりです。
So she can start getting some EXP. It's not much, but something's better than nothing.
効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうご
Let's
ざい
get
ます
a lot more hot
あり
dogs.
がとうございます。
Pulse. Like 3 of these.
ご購
Okay.
入ありがとうございます。
7 more times.
行こう。いざ。
行くぜ。
この気配 FOE だな。
チャンスだ。蹴散らせ。FOE 来た。ちょっと無理じゃね。何でも言ってちょうだい。
Gotcha.
行くぞ。
進次郎、 見事なり。
悪くねえ調子だ。好きに暴れさせてもらうぜ。
やってやる。
No! You're such a good boy.
おい、立て直せるか。
まずいな。押されている。このままでは危険だ。
ワンコが危険だぞ。注意な。
まずいな。押されている。このままでは危険だ。
いつでもオッケー。お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
了解だ、ナビ。
何でも言ってちょうだい。
Despite that, this is actually going really well, considering it's just staying panicked and not recovering.
よーし、やっちゃえ。
ここは俺にやらせろ。
気合十分だな、シンジ。
Good boy. Yeah, that one went quick.
"ご無事で何よりです」。
体がうずいてる。さっさと行くぞ。
行くぞ。
早くおいでよ。
さあ、行こっか。FOE 地下。
さあ、ゴングだ。
FOE じゃん。ここは逃げるに1票。逃げた方がいい。撤退するぞ。何でも言ってちょうだい。
Nice. Insta-proc.
よし、準備万
I
端。
might as well actually use some of my gauge.
了解した。やってやる。
It's just gonna get full. Some of that regeneration.
よーし、やっちゃえ。
ああ、問題はない。やってやるさ。
ヒコヒコバネーな。
拳がたぎっている。俺に任せろ。
行くぞ。
Thing.
やべえ。
ここは俺にやらせろ。
気合十分だなシンジ。頼んだぞ。
やってやる。
遅いな。
Thing.
ヒコヒコが危険だぞ。注意な。
危険だな。
Actually do this.
いつでも OK。
Try and get the attacks away from Shinji. Not Shinji, Aki.
まだまだ。
Shinji is fine because he's got Endure.
甘いな。
おい、立て直せるか。これかなりヤバい気がする。何でも言ってちょうだい。
無駄だ。甘いな。
ヒコヒコが危険だぞ。注意。
無駄だ。
There we go.
無駄だ。
お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
了解だナビ。任せとけ。
いつでも OK。 知恵、その調子だ。イエーイ。
Actually, wasn't terrible.
やったよ。
Saki Mitama. We don't. Well, we technically need it,
ペルソ
but
ナがせ。
新しい技か。力はあって困らね
この調子でガンガンいっちゃおう。
doesn't really do much of anything for me. Hey, mods,
え。
wake
落
up.
としたぞ。
ナビ、リセに交代するぞ。よろしく頼んだ。
Now people can stop posting that the game name is
皆
wrong.
様ゆっくり休んでいってくださいね。
行こうぜ。
レッツゴー。ほら、行くよ。FOE だよ。
加減はしねえ。
FOE か。賞賛が薄いならどうする。
逃げた方がいい。交代するぞ。何でも言ってちょうだい。 にワンタンサポートなら
出なくそ。
So I'm leveling off a powerful athlete. Or specifically, I need the persona
危険だぞ
drops.
注意な
And I'm going to be leveling using those persona drops and using them.
お任せだよ
Because you can use the drops to actually sacrifice for leveling. And that's the fastest way to do your leveling.
だったかもおい立て直せるか
この状況だ。無理はするな。違うな。
行くぞ
Goes.
まだまだ。
知恵が危険な状態だ気をつけろ
俺が行く。いいな。
Dogs.
この程度だ。
いざジョーカー
お前に託すぞ、ジョーカー。
やるか。
この力で
いざジョーカ
お前に託すぞ、ジョーカー。
ーいつでもオッケーいざジョーカー
お前に託すぞ、ジョーカー。
Guess I can do Coral in front and have him
遠慮はし
defend.
ない。
俺の拳、受けてみろ。
チャンスだ この
Dog.
力で
Alright. Hot dog use, I suppose.
やるか。
俺が行く。いいな。
やってやる
やったな。
甘えよう。
ヒコヒコが危険だぞ注意な
危険だな行くぞ
遊んでんのか。
There's the prop. We're good now. Pretty much everyone's blinking, but we're good.
おい立て直せる
Everyone is alright. This is fine.
この程度。
甘い
I'm glad I defended with Joker. I probably would have killed him.
ジョーカーレベルアップ
Yeah, we're still grinding. It's getting pretty close. Let's see, how many more do I need? 4?
やばもう足パンパン。
Fidget spinners.
頑張ってサポートするね。
よし前進だ。
Pretty much how this works is that the grind is all just pretty much all concentrated in one spot.
こっちだ。FOE
And we're getting towards the end of it.
チャンスだ。蹴散らせ。
FOE か賞賛が薄いな。どうする。
だな。ここは逃げとくべきだ。
Gosh,
無茶
I
ダメ
always
絶
forget
対。
that. Why did I use Black Spot?
了解だナビ。
Wrong B skill. Something something RNG manipulation.
進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。やば大ピンチじゃん。
Actually, I'm gonna keep Shinji in the front. There hasn't procced on him yet. Hey.
この程度だ。
やってやる。
You can't have 2 of the same persona.
その調子だ。ほいちゃん。今の私は一味違うかんね。
So if you already have a persona, you can't have it get dropped because a drop is forced. So it's essentially to prevent duplicates from happening.
.まずいな。押されている。このままでは危険だ。
ワンコが危険だぞ。注意な。
この状況だ。無理はするな。
行くぞ。
What did he do? Other than use guillotine slice a whole bunch.
やってやる。
Fang.
とっとと失せろ。
Hellbiker.
てれってー。ナビはレ。ほんラッキー。
I have still not seen Lakshmi, Black Rider, Mishiguchi.
何よりです。
Have I seen Uriel? No. And Uriel.
カエレールを買うであります。
効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。何を売っていただけるのでしょう。
Only 4 hours left. I mean, my pace is fine.
退避してね。
ほら来い。
行こうぜ。進めー。FOE 接近中だよ。チャンスだ。
Okay, I'm looking at my splits. The pace looks fine.
ちょっと無理じゃね。さっさと撤退しよう。何でも言ってちょうだい。よし、準備万端。
I'm underestimate every time, except when I'm not.
進次郎、見事なり。
悪くねえ調子だ。好きに暴れさせてもらうぜ。
Alright, full gauge, might as well use it.
さあ来い、俺が倒してやる。
I'm getting drops, which I'm going to be using mad EXP, because it actually... This is actually the way you speedrun this difficulty. Sure.
この力で。やったな。そう。
いけいけゴーゴー。どんどん来いっての。
やってやる。
But yeah, I started in this strat with Joker at like, what, level 13? Right now he's 57, 58, 59 maybe?
いいぞ佐久間君。好きなように。
And I'm saying it's not enough. There's Mishiguchi, another penis.
こいつも成長したみ。
この調子でガンガンいっちゃおう。
Let's say, don't look at your stats.
こいつ何か落としたな。
Okay, how many more? About tier 3?
ご無事で何よりです。
What do I have that's extra? I guess I can ditch the Genga. Yeah, I can ditch the Genga if I need to. Yes, that is a penis. This is a penis. And this is a penis.
先に進むぞ。
Yeah, Mara is on the dog. The goodest boy.
こっちからよ。
FOE がすぐそばにいやがんな。加減はしね
え。FOE か。賞賛が薄いならどうする。
だな、ここは逃げとくべきだ。無茶ダメ。よし、準備万端。
てなくそ。
Who is the waifu? There is only one choice, it's Koromara.
進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。
まずいな。押されている。このままでは危険だ。
Especially with Mara on.
知恵、その調子だ。ほうちゅう。今の私は一味違うからね。
Full gauge again, might as well use it.
お前に託すぞ。
コロスケ、頼むね。何でも言ってちょうだい。
まだまだ。遅いな。
進次郎が危険だぞ。注意な。
まずいな。押されている。このままでは危険だ。
Oh, dang. Shinji, bit the dust. We are now canon.
おい、立て直せるか。
まずいな。押さ
There's Black Rider.
ペルソナ強くなったみたいだよ。
お宝か。
Okay, how many more do we need? 2. So we're pretty close. Yee.
クマは大活躍だったクマね。
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
体がうずいた。
ほら
12.
ほらこっち
So that's 2 remaining. Yeah. Being Red Rider and Ringda. Okay. Yeah.
行くぜ。
よし前進だ。
この気配 FOE だな。
チャンスだ蹴散らせ
FOE か。賞賛は薄いがどうする。
だなここは逃げとくべきだ無茶ダメ絶対
やってやる。
おサポート可能だぞいつでも言ってくれ
了解だナビ。
何でも言ってちょうだいいけいけゴーゴ
抜かるなよ。
ーいつでもオッケー
遅いな。
知恵その調子だほいちゃういざジョーカー
ジョ
いざジョーカー
お前に託すぞ。
FOE 片付けたぞ。
There's Lakshmi. Without an H for some reason.
にししレベル
これで倒せる相手が増えたな。
こいつはラッキーだ。
ナビリセに交代するぞよろしく頼んだ
Not sure if Uriel's one that I need. Let me check it real quick.
ペルソナの所持数がいっぱいだ。
Nope. Okay. We can skip the last one then. That's it. Okay.
新たな可能
捧げるのね。
So sack onto Harlot.
いくらこう
Well, first let me actually do a
上書きですね
rubber right. Actually, no, I'm not supposed to do that.
新たなか
捧げるのね。
Sacrifice Mara to Harlot.
本当に必要なのかしら。
Is there a higher level thing I have? No. I'll do Black Rider. Oh, don't worry, I'll get Mara back. Usually I need to sack for Ice Amp anyway. And then rest goes on to Akihiko. Keep Harlot, Raphael, Rocky up. Saki.
いくらかはこ
Oh. I just used the card. Oh well. Okay, I still have another wild card. Gucci. Okay, rebuy.
閲覧なさい。
Soju. Mara. Bugs. Harlot's already there. Raphael? Raphael. Saki. Skadi. Tamlin. Ishiguchi. And then I do a couple of fusions. Grab a couple of things. Okay, Skadi and Saki for Hariti to get Slice. Then Tamlin and Shiguchi for Moloch with Heaven's Blade, Heroic Gemini. This Moloch is going to be with me at the end of the game. Okay, Moloch to Aki. And then get Moloch and Saki back. Let's see, make sure I've got some good homes. Only one. That's fine. Okay, go to Aegis 2. We're not here to fight anything, by the way. Growth and Sense. Goes on to Shinji. We're gonna watch him level up for a bit.
成長したみたいだ。
新垣さんさすがっす。まだ上に行くんすね。
新しい技か。力はあって困るね。
Basically, he's just gonna get a whole ton of passives. And have Armor Destroyer. I guess Black Spot is an upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, I was supposed to go from the other side because I didn't get the shortcut back. I'm just short of gohams. I was supposed to go in from Zone 3 to Zone 2. Yeah, Growth Incense sets the level of a character to whatever the highest level is. And because we've been pumping Akihiko's level, Shinji is now Akihiko's level. Infiltration log, that's what we need. Okay, how much item space do I have? I need to store a bunch of stuff, including Vanish Balls. Okay, organize, store... Okay, need to go from up here. Let's keep 1, that's 8. Don't need these. These. Got enough of those. Bombs. Store some of those. How many item slots do I have? I need 30. Okay. So what I need is 5 of each of these. So I have elemental coverage for this next boss of every single element. Okay, Mara, back to Koro. Harlot, onto Joker. Moloch onto Aki. Rangda onto Shinji. And then Hariti onto Shi. I'll save down there. And then the last... Where the heck is it? Spike.
こっちだよ。
Yeah, you get 1 growth incense per main boss that you kill. I'm saving the rest of them for 72, though. And there's 1 more in a chest. And there's... So I think there are 3 or 4 left? Alright, now we're finally up to the 3rd stratum boss. I think level 65 is enough. When we went to the middle of 3rd stratum at level 35, came in at 21. No? Okay. Maybe I should do some more grinding then. But yeah, the thing is progressing really doesn't make your grinding that much more efficient, so I just get it all concentrated in one spot. Denial. So denial means that there's 1 random skill that gets shut off. In this case, it's Heaven's Blade, which doesn't do a whole lot. But yeah, I just, I want to use Matar Kaja. And do have to use. Dang it! My most damaging skills got shut off. I also wanted to make sure that I had a backup source of healing. And then that skill there sets whatever the lowest HP is among your party members to everyone. Which I do kind of need to heal off, so... So you just need to straight up do damage however you can until it goes for the healing, where you go into one of the gimmicks of the fight. Destroyer, Kaja, Strike. Synchronized again. That doesn't matter much, that doesn't matter much. Matar Kaja again. Okay, healing and Express Shot. So I can heal with Joker. There's the other recovery. It's like, alright, we need to do some hacking, and to do the hacking, you need to hit it with a skill that she says of an element, and it's random. And you need to chain these together.
何でも言ってちょうだい
So the only real way to
ハッキング成功
do this quickly and consistently is to get these attack items.
いいぞハッキング成功次は確熱属性での攻撃を頼む
おい、俺にやらせろ。
いつでも OK
I'm actually going to use the soul drop on you. Deal with you.
やった攻撃突破だいいぞハッキング成功やった攻撃突破だ
Auto recovery, but because we got enough of those weak hits in, this happens.
リボンのおかげで機能を破壊できたぞ今がチャンスだ
Slice. Wait, can we Matark Kaja? We can!
何でも言ってちょうだい
Now he's back. So you need to do damage again until basically the same thing happens.
いいぞジョーカー
ジョーカーのやつやる気じゃねえか。
いつでも OK
Let's do Matark Kaja again, 'cause I'm afraid it's gonna get denied again. Alright, we got enough damage in. Fire!
攻撃してくれ
遠慮しね
いつでも OK
Doesn't matter.
やってやる
いいぞハッキング成功やった攻撃突破だいいぞハッキング成功次は電撃属性での攻撃を頼む
え。追い打ちといくか。
何でも言ってちょうだいやった攻撃突破だいいぞハッキング成功
Joker keeps getting hit with ice.
やった攻撃突破だ弱点をつけるぞいって
やるか。
Dang, can't use Black Spot. Guess Brutal Slash is gonna have to do. The Tarakaja got
い
hit
つでも OK
just like I predicted. Big damaging attacks can still come in.
ここは俺にやらせろ。
気合十分だなシンジ。頼んだぞ。行くぞ。遅いな。
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
Oh no, magic bound! Whatever am I gonna do not being able to use magic? Oh wait, I had the ability queued up. Okay. Urgent. Is that even allowed? Is finally getting her individuality. Successfully hacked in. The fight still continues! We win. Nice EXP. I love how little EXP that looks.
これでもっとサポートできるよ。
Alright, we beat another boss. You know what that means. Time for Doe to barf out another key. I'm not going to use that growth incense immediately. I need to wait till 72. So there's basically like 6 more FOEs that I beat. And I'll basically just finish off the rest of what I need. And then Doe finally spoke. It's like, alright, Hikari, can't just be in the audience any longer. This time it's a key card. One lock left. Gonna watch the video.
私は誰？あなたは人間、あなたはみんな一部に過ぎない女の子。
It's pretty short, I think. It's basically everything that is the culmination of previously three of the themes get kind of put into here. I know you don't even get to see the name of it. In fact, it's listed as question mark, question mark, question mark. And then all of those attack items, we just need them for that boss fight. Do not sell the growth incense. Oh yeah, so the pulse pipes we need. Vanish balls, still have. Organize. Take these back. I guess we'll keep those vanish balls. Only for one boss, and it made it go so much easier and quicker. It's not like they're expensive anyway. Alright, time for Eye Bleed Dungeon. Pulse Pipe, and I need to set Chie. Red Rider. Card. I'm gonna skip the musical cutscenes though. The musicals show up. I just wanted to show the film ones. Alright, right there is a joke, a Japanese joke, how nose and flower in Japanese are both hana. So here's the gimmick of this area. We go down and up. Already on the second floor, we're gonna go back and forth between the first and second floor to get through. Oh, Lord. I'm gonna skip the musicals because I can't stand them. I skip them in my casual. No, I will probably go overestimate or get really close to it if I do that. So I'd much rather not.
Shot, 行こうぜ。
Oh. Like, wait, I only have 2 damage balls? Where's it? No, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Okay. Thought I had more vanish balls. Oops. This way.
まだ先は長い。体力に注意しろ。
Something to put on Shinji. Shinji still has his useless initial accessory that does nothing. 'Cause that's how bad accessories are in this game. He still also has his initial armor too, which he's going to end up at the end of the game as well. Same with his weapon. He still has his initial weapon. Equipment is such a scam in this game. Alright, there's a shortcut here that I'm going to take because I didn't refill on vanish balls. I thought the inventory meant what's in your bag.
効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。
Yeah, but the thing is, even in this game, the HP accessories are awful. Like, at the very end, you get, like, plus 15% HP? At the very end? That's how bad it is. Okay, I'm on that one.
早く行こう。
さあ行こう。
敵だよ。弱点ミセ、ナビの交代よろしくな。期待してるぞ。ナビお疲れ。私も頑張るからね。
そこをしょ
突き進むぞよ。スイッチ
やれやれだな。
Last step in encounter.
初めて見る敵だな。弱点
Love how there's about to say something and then the encounter is gone.
さあ行きましょう。お、スイッチかな。
Yeah, it's that.
宝箱か。
It's not actually listed as something I can grab in my map.
あ、ゴングだ。
いけいけゴーゴー。近くにスイッチがありそうだよ。順調だね。この調子でいっちゃおう。
Okay, where do I need to go from here?
FOE 接近中だよ。
That
敵
way.
だ、やってやれ。
なるほど。レアシャドウか。よし、行こう。この先どんな手強いやつがいるんだろうな。
Oh no, watch out, a musical! Okay, we got past it. And then here is where Hikari is, how the pet rabbit in their class died, and they're just blaming it all on Kid Hikari. And that's why the first stratum happened, why that was themed that way.
とりあえず今はシャドウを倒すぞ。サポートは任せろ。
遠慮はしね
Let's see.
何
Taru,
でも言ってちょうだい。
18, and Death Needle. So we can't panic this thing, but we can poison it. If we can hit it.
よし、準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。
え。了解だ、ナビ。
いつでもオッケー。
行くぞ。遅いな。
Just not hitting it.
いけいけゴーゴ
やってやる。
ー。何でも言ってちょうだい。
It's the only good source of damage I have is proccing this poison. And then guillotine slicing my way through.
ヒコヒコバネーだ。
拳がたぎってる。おい、
俺に任せろ。
Slice, slice,
いつでも
slice. Let's heal.
何
Can't heal. Good thing it's dead.
とっとと失せろ。
はやった
これで倒せる相手が増えた。
You do want immunity buffer, that's a good skill. So the real Hikari is gonna be just staying with us and going through her memories that were themed after the previous videos. Thank you for the luck match. Like, good job with whatever you did. 21 hours, that's a lot. That's a positive memory of her wanting to be a film director, even when she was a little kid. Here we want to switch these two. Go back. Home. Go back as a different item.
効能は保証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。
さすがに荷物多すぎっしょ。
I should sell stuff that got dropped.
何を売っていただく
Okay, now to top off the grind, we're going to do 2 FOEs per trip here, totaling 6. So it's going to be 3 trips.
危なくなったらすぐに退避してね。
Against these lumberjacks. I mentioned before that I need to get to 72, and this is how I'm doing it. So the thing is those drill bots that we fought before, they actually have a quite a bit of overlap on the list of personas that they drop.
だな、ここは逃げとくべきだ。無茶ダメ絶対。
行くぞ。
So you still have
何でも言ってちょうだい。
And so the ones that have an overlap, I currently have in my stock. So I'm not going to get them.
お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
And that's how I can keep this relatively short.
いつでもオッケー。 いざジョーカー頼んだよ。
さあ来い、俺が倒してやる。
真田さんがメラメラと燃えている。
やってやる。
Say.
よーしやっちゃえ。何でも言ってちょうだい。
We also have some other passive skills to help us. It's a little faster, like Heroic Gemini. Green chance of getting another attack off
ヒコヒコバネー
for free.
拳がたぎっている。俺に任せろ。行くぞ。
And because these lumberjacks actually have less luck than the drill bots, they tend to stay panicked and get panicked easier.
いざジョーカー頼んだ。
So I'm able to do 2 of these per trip. Probably use one of them.
ジョーカーレベルアップ。
こいつ何か落としたの。
リセ
進め。
おスイッチかな。敵 FOE を発見。注意して。やったね。
First attack here. Not really much of a reason, but
今は逃げてくれ。
it's free, so why not?
さっさと撤退しよう。いつでも OK。 知恵その調子だ。はちゃん
Blade.
今の私は一味違うかんね。
行くぞ。 さあ来い、俺が倒してやる。
何でも言ってちょうだい。
So the reason why I'm not fighting the bear FOEs is because they no panic. You can't panic
いつで
them.
も言ってくれ。
And pretty much every FOE past this point either nulls panic or has a heavy resistance to it. So even if I wanted to, there really isn't a very good strategy to even fight FOEs past this guy right here. And they only have 6 more drops that I can even get at this point.
ワンコバネー
Who's a good puppy? Also, the surge bots and the drill bots are the only FOEs that actually instantly respawn.
アキ、お前の拳見せてやれ。
Whereas these, you have to go. You have to go a good ways in. Or you have to go in and out about 5 times.
無理はするな。
何でも言ってちょうだい。
Actually, we will heal up with you.
いつでも OK。
Slice and revive with you. I will be using Shuratensei, but not Hasatobi or Review mode.
拳がたぎっている。俺に任せろ。
I mean, Beef has already seen the endgame strategy. So he knows what I'm gonna be doing. She is dead.
Oi, 立て直せるか。
この状況。ダメだ。
Slightly helpful, if anything, the fact that she is dead. Okay, go back to recover SP.
筋肉を冷やしておくか。 よし、行くとしよう。
こちらです。この辺にスイッチがありそうだね。
腕が鳴るな。
Easy thing to grab. Wait, no, that's the.
進みましょう。
It's the full map chest. Oh wait, this isn't 6 of these that I find. It's actually 4, so it's even shorter than I remembered. There's 6 possible drops. That's right. That's what it was. 6 possible drops, but only for Mr. Lumberjacks that I can even fight on the way.
ナビ、リセに交代するぞ。よろしく頼んだ。FOE じゃん。ここは逃げるに1票。だな、ここは逃げとくべきだ。無茶ダ
We
メ絶
should
対。
run away, cause it's too strong.
Yoshi, 準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。
了解した。
何でも言ってちょうだい。
Round of buffs and debuffs.
拳がたぎっている。俺に任せろ。
やってやる。
楽しい。
ここは俺にやらせろ。
荒垣さん頼もしすぎます。
Oh yeah, I have gauge I can use to use for recovery.
Wanko banana! ジョーカーは危険だぞ。注意な。
まずいな。押されている。
Yeah, I gotta
このままでは危険だ。
play it safe with Joker because he doesn't have Endure active. He doesn't have Endure. So if he dies, it's game over.
よーし、やっちゃえ。
Blade,
どんどん来いって
strike,
な。
guillotine, guillotine, guillotine.
.さあ来い。俺が倒して。よし、今日いい撃破だ。
4. Yeah.
ペルソナが強くなった。すごい、まだ余裕ありそうだね。低くばスイッチがありそうな気配。
気をつけろよ。
And the other one is right here.
敵 FOE を発見。注意して。FOE じゃん。ここは逃げるに1
Great
票。
shake.
逃げた方がいい。撤退するぞ。何でも言ってちょうだい。
Last FOE of the run. Well, you all really wanted to see more grinding, but this is going to be the last of it.
Yoshi! 準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。
行くぞ。無駄だ。
ヒコヒコバネー
拳がたぎっている。俺に任せろ。
おい、立て直せるか。
危険だな。
いつでもオッケー。はいはい、里中千恵行きまーす。行っちゃうかんね。
やってやる。
楽しい間違いない。
いざジョーカ
お前に託すぞジョーカー。
ー、何でも言ってちょうだい。
楽しい間違いない。さあ来い、俺が倒す。楽しい間違いない。
Ah.
ジョーカーが危険だぞ、注意な。
まずいな、押されている。このままでは危険だ。
There's a shield.
楽しい間違いない。
With Shinji.
よーし、やっちゃえ。どんどんこ
This
いってな。
puppy's fine.
楽しい間違いない。
Jumper! Okay, we can get rid of Data. It's actually a good one to get, so I don't have to.
今何か落ちたな。
Just for the Hamon.
疲れてない？
Hamon strats. Oh, baby.
ほらほら、こっち。
Shinji, heal up.
地図ちょっとずつ埋まってきてるね。
Is this the gold? Yeah, it's the gold.
開けごまってか。
さあ行こう。 FOE がいるよ。
おっさき。
If only we had Evil Melody with Jumper.
初めて見る敵だな。弱点。
First?
ガス欠になってない？
Is it this one? Yes.
さあ行こう。
早く行こう。
焦っても仕方ねえ。
さあ進みましょう。 近くにスイッチがありそうだよ。
おいあれスイッチじゃねえか。
Yeah, I do need to hit this. Wait, what? Where am I? No, I don't. I need. It's looking at the right spot.
進もうぜ。
行きましょう。
There
やれやれだな。
初めて見るやつだな。よし。
ガス欠になってない？近くにスイッチがありそうだよ。
Dang it, I always look at the wrong floor. Because the thing is, you need to have both of the floors visible on your map. I always get the two mixed up.
あ、ゴングだ。
こっちだよ。
They also have very similar layouts. Since, you know, they're connected.
この辺にスイッチがありそうだね。スイッチがありそうな気配。
So,
スイッチか。
this.
押してみるか。こっちだ。
FOE だよ。
There's a trick you can do to shortcut this, which didn't work. Maybe it did. Yeah, so right now the FLE is stuck in that spot. Yeah, I got it. Or maybe I didn't, but I'll just do the normal way. That's whatever.
疲れてない？大丈夫？突き進むぞよ。
近道できそうな場。こっちだ。
I know there's some way to make this puzzle go a little bit shorter. Cannot romance anyone in this game.
Hmm.
14. That's fine. Got enough money that I don't need to take anything. Just go straight through. I didn't buy her pulse pipes, so I'm not going to be able to go through. The next 2 floors in one trip. And this is where the whole majority rule thing comes in. Where she got kicked out because of majority rule. Kicked out of being friends with someone. Okay, this fight, There really isn't that good of a way of doing it.
いつでも OK。
Mainly because the,
やってやる。
that regal mother there there isn't a very good way to take her out, so you just have to take these little guys out one by one.
知恵、その調子だ。ほうちゅう。今の私は一味違うかんね。いっちゃうかんね。
何？
And the diorama's a thing.
よっし、準備万端。サポートなら任せろよ。ナビ、あんがとね。了解したぞよ。
It's blade. Team.
何でも言ってちょうだい。
Team. This.
消え失せろ。
いったー。お、祝福属性が狙い目みたいだぞ。
Shake.
ナビ、あんがとね。了
Slice.
解したぞよ。
行くぞ。
Slice, and then I guess my shot. The mother there doesn't. There's no good status ailment that works.
行きまーす。
いいぞ、里中。好きなように
So,
暴れて
and
くい。
these use guillotine slice. All the others just use normal means. Chipping her down. Just boring heavy damage.
後で骨付き肉だ。
よーし、やっちゃ
This
え。
blade's better.
どんどん来いっての。
Actually, Medical Punch might
い
work.
つでも OK。
やってやる。 いいぞ、コロマル。
ジョーカーレベルアップ。ペルソナ強くなったみたいだよ。
I'm not gonna be using linking with her.
悪くない。
I'm not gonna use Cyanide. And then another actually good memory with her father. And the last pair of floors here. So I need to move my maps in my documents in such a way so I can see both of the maps. I need encounter reduction items. Oh, I don't care about that side
購入は保
quest.
証いたしますよ。ご購入ありがとうございます。
Encounter reduction. There we go.
ご購入ありがとうございます。
ペルソナの所持数がいっぱいね。
危なくなったらすぐに退避してね。
早く進みましょう。
Here are the 7 doors, as I'm sure you remember them, with various guns.
FOE だな。
ついてこい。
スイッチか。押してみるか。行こ
う。やれやれだな。
問題ないな。
おい、油断はするなよ。ミセ、ナビの交代よろしくな。期待してるぞ。
僕に続いてください。
この辺にスイッチがありそうだね。
いざ。
Okay, this one. Actually, just gonna let that pass. Yeah, I'm gonna go this way. We don't need any of the goodies.
行こうぜ。
I need this shortcut for later. This one in specific. I don't need any other shortcut on these 2 floors. Is that the... yeah, it's the yellow chest.
待ちかねたぞ。
よし。
Ah.
FOE に注意して。まだ道のりは長そうだよ。油断しないでね。
こっちね。
スイッチか。押してみるか。
行くぜ。
Is there that big room again?
敵だ、やってやれ。
っちだ。
Okay, about halfway through this pair of floors.
ほらほらこっち。
こっちだ。
FOE 地下。行くぞ。
初めて見るやつだな。よし。
お、スイッチかな。
Wait, actually, I'm not supposed to hit that yet. Oh wait, I am. But I do need to hit the pipe. Right, there are two ways that I can get that Soma. And getting it by not hitting that switch is
こっちですよ。
the long way.
宝箱見っ
It's literally on the way.
僕に続いてください。
いくよ。全体攻撃を使うやつがいるぞ。使う前の予兆を見落とすな。
ほら来い。
やっと半進め。スイッチがあるよ。
罠はないようですね。
スイッチがありそうな気配。
Do I... No, I don't do that. I do!
FOE がいるよ。
Now looks like I have to use some vanish balls.
FOE じゃん。ここは逃げるに1票だな。ここは逃げとくべきだ。FOE に追われてる。注意し
The
て。
map is just weird.
レッツゴー。
Why did I go that way? Wait, that's turn. I was looking at the wrong map.
初めて見るやつだな。よし。
I mean, I'll grab this, but... So that's up.
FOE に気を。こっちみたいだね。
進もう。
Wait, that's not it. You go this way.
開けごまってか。
And then... This way.
やれやれだな。
なるほど。レアシャドウか。逃す手はないな。遅いな。
It's really hard to
腕が鳴る
navigate.
な。
need that treasure map. Take this here. That. Alright.
ありそうだね。
この先どんな手強いやつがいるんだろうな。
Like my notes for this first fight coming up. Brain Shake still works wonders. And there's a new one where Hikari's aunt and uncle watching after her and really don't like her wanting to be a film director. Goes along with the third striding theme.
負けない。絶対に勝ってやるんだから。
やってやる。
Didn't get brain shaked. Okay, that works. Just get a lucky second hit and have that one proc.
Chie, その調子だ。ほいちょう。今の私は一味違うからね。
思う存分噛みつけコロちゃん。
何でも言ってちょうだい。
これでますます戦闘力もアップする。
Laura learned Fire Boost again. Actually, I didn't need that, but whatever. Alright, there's another forced encounter right here, but it's really scary because it resists physical, and you can't get any status effect proc on it. So we really need to set up for this. First, we're gonna change our party. Let's see. This was. Alright, that looks good.
避してね。
どうしてあなた
It's like, why you have to be that way, Hikari? And then she just kind of misunderstood what was said with that.
とりあえず今はシャドウを倒すぞ。サポートは
Alright. Coin flip. We missed the coin flip! Alright, second coin flip. We missed the second coin flip!
危険だぞ。注意な。
まずいな。
We died! Sweet. Alright, try again. Not only did I miss 2 coin flips,
いっぱいじゃない？
Joker got hit 2 times in a row. What happened? My coin flip luck sucks. And then Joker got targeted twice, which is the problem. Okay, there we go. And that's an entire level on Akihiko. I'd say recruiting an angel. There's the wild card. Actually, I do want to take one quick thing. 3rd floor. Before I forget, it's in my notes to just grab this real quick. Homunculus. Protect against 1 insta-kill. Another side quest I don't care about.
ご購入ありがとうございます。
これ以上のペルソナは持てないみてえだぜ。
Okay, do I have cert? I do not. Just fine. It's actually good in a way.
新た合体ですね。いいだろう。
We're gonna fuse Cert, Saki Mitama, and Mara. Doesn't matter. Hey, we get Fire Boost. Wow, we... Fire Boost on Cert. Oh, I actually needed Mataru Kaja, but I put it on anyway. Okay, Raphael and Daisojo. Aramitama. Heaven's Blade Samurai Karm. Although I don't need Samurai Karm. Pretty sure. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and sacrifice these onto Akihiko. Need to get to 72. The fact that that's when he learns God Hand is coincidental. 118 also works. Four. Trumpeter. One more. So this is gonna be Cert. So this Aramitama is one I need to get later. Severe Fizz. 72 is all I need. Okay, Cert again. And I need Mara as well. Alright, and Cert together. Mithras, Natari Kaja, and I don't need to care about this other one. Tamlin and Randa. So Tamlin. Randa's right here. Immunity buffer, debilitate, Heaven's Blade. I don't need to revive a lock. Party needs Shinji back. Need Koromaru back. And we're going to have Haru. And then this growth incense is going on Haru. I'm going to take a bathroom break. The best part about this one is that I make it back in time.
見て見て新技だよ
Rita is actually decent. It's the Arahan plus remove status effects. Get Razor. But I don't actually need triple down. Check kill's good enough. I have another person with severe. Okay. Persona, Harlot, Joker, Mithras on Haru, Moloch onto Koro, the highest on Aki, Harlot, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just left Garudon and Shinji. I need some stash recovery items. Best one to get is some of these clarity showers. And some bank cures. Okay, cool. Yep, I'm gonna need that money. Probably. Alright. Now it's dough. What became of Hikari's father? And this fight is actually kind of a major wall, but the thing is I'm already at the level I need to be for the final boss of the game, for quick strat for that, so... Well, I'm not completely set up for what I need, because I don't have access to what I need yet. Because I need special fusions that are only available with Stratum. Still got pretty good stuff. So here, you hit the eyes. That's the gimmick.
やるからには勝たせてもらうぞ。
やってやる。お、やべ。
Ability. Yeah, also because I got to 72, I have access to severe damage. Okay. Clean soda. Unfortunately, Mothman is not in this room.
サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
Cover.
俺が行く。いいな。
Kill.
行くぞ。
Oh yeah, that pounce punch is really strong damage to almighty damage to 2 random targets. Which if you're at lower levels would actually just one-shot 2 characters, and that sucks.
危険な状態だぞ。無茶すんな。
この状況だ。無理はするな。
私も頑張るね。
やってやる。
Yeah, Karmar is the only low-level character left, is the thing.
Hikoが危険だぞ。注意な。
この状況だ。無理はするな。
大丈夫。ちゃんとやるよ。
And heal. Kill someone? Alright. Immunity buffer procced. Pounce punch is so strong.
Joker が危険だぞ。注意な。
まずいな。押されている。このままでは危険だ。
Yeah, what Do does is based off of which eye is. Yeah, this one is weak attacks, but includes status effects. Did that do it? Not quite.
呪われてるな。しばらく回復に専念しろ。
So what do I do is I'm going to recover that. Do I only have 3 of those? I thought I got more.
やってやる。
Yep.
あれは弱点か。みんな、あそこ。
Now while it's down like this, I'm going to stack buffs.
私も頑張るね。
Where's my Monraku? There it is.
行くぞ。
Because yeah, can't do anything in this, even though it says like, oh, he's charging up.
注意しろ。
Like he's about to do something, he isn't actually about to do something.
Yoshi! 準備万端。
すばしっこいな。
こいつ強いぞ、注意しろ。
Pretty much got what I need to do. Let's get some recovery going.
大丈夫、ちゃんとやるよ。
やってやる。
Is he gonna get back up?
お、
Not yet.
サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。ナビ、了解だ。
Hurry up. Yeah, once you get him to less than half health, he's gonna get back up and you have to do the same thing again. So that's why I spent those turns stacking up my buffs.
大丈夫、みんなならやれる。私も頑張るね。
It actually becomes more dangerous, including things like... I'm actually gonna guard with him because of Mabufula. Including things like Mamudo. Yeah, here we go. Anyone gonna die? Alright, the homunculus I went out of my way to grab. Worked on Aki.
こいつ強いぞ、注意しろ。
了解した。
俺が行く。いいな。
やってやる。
Yeah, in this part we can actually see 2 pounce punches. Alright, I guess we're gonna have a sleeping dog. But yeah, what makes Karmar good here is that he knows Mudo, so he can't get hit by it. Which is great.
コロちゃん大丈夫かな。回復しないと。
Oh, the dog! Yeah, there's the dog pounce punch. Stone Mist. It's kinda spooky. Ability wore off.
こいつ強いぞ、注意しろ。
了解した。
For you, we're gonna use the Soma.
行くぞ。
This is like the one fight where you really need to use the Soma. Oh, Pupper! Bomb of life, I guess. I need you to use the Soma.
俺が行く。いいな。やってやる。
Need you to defend.
だそりゃ。
サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
Okay, now we can get the build tape back up.
大丈夫、ちゃんとやるよ。
行くぞ。
何やべ。出なくそ。
No, my buffs! They're gone!
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
やってやる。遅いな。
やばいぞ。毒を受けてる。
俺の拳受けてみろ。
I guess I'm gonna have to use Rita.
行くぞ。
To get rid of that poison. I need to heal up. Are you kidding me, dude? That was really unlucky. Even through that leg-long grind, can still die. Okay, I need to grab whatever my highest level thing is. I should have done that before and just set that to Aki, because I noticed he wasn't doing as much damage. Oh, I should have also gotten some more status recovery items. Oh well. There is 0 manual mapping that needs to be done in either PQ1 or PQ2. Doesn't even help you at all. Other than, you know, casually it helps by having a map. Alright, gotta go in again. Yeah, that was me just like fighting that guy for about 15 minutes and then dying. That wasn't even towards the end, by the way.
みんな注意しろ。私も頑張るね。
行くぞ。
Yeah, the buffs running out really hurt.
違うな。
Yeah, that's better damage.
やべ。
So that was partly my fault, just not buying Koryu.
こりゃ呪われてるな。しばらく回復に専念しろ。
ノワールがやられている。冷静に立て直すぞ。
サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
It's actually hit debilitate,
大丈
please.
夫。ちゃんとやるよ。
やってやる。
そんな。 こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。ナビ、了解だよ。
行くぞ。
I didn't think that Aki's damage would be that much of a difference. Turns out it was.
Wanko 私も頑張るね。
やってやる。
お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
了解した。行くぞ。
And this one's the status effect one. Don't need to worry too much about Joker getting destroyed.
Akoi, 俺が倒してやる。
やってやる。
とどめだ。
Now we go back to stacking buffs.
大丈夫。ちゃんとやるよ。
行くぞ。
One of those buffs I should have stacked was the healing.
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
了解だ。な。
こ
some reason it feels like everyone's doing more damage now. It's so weird.
サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。ナビ、了解だよ。
Normal attacks. Make sure my button for buffs. Status. Okay.
必要だったら言ってくれな。
So I can't just go in.
俺の拳受けてみろ。やってやる。
大丈夫。みんなならやれる。
Debilitates up.
いいな。 行くぞ。
Yeah, this is where I guard. Oh, this phase actually just takes less damage, period. There's the homunculus proc. And this is one I can safely have Joker. Go for damage.
That's it.
Where's it going? Right.
やばいぞ。毒を受けてる。
I did die to the boss, unfortunately.
受けてみろ。
私も頑張るね。
Cure that. Heal everyone. Oh, that boss, yeah. How much time did I lose? It ended up being like 20 minutes that I lost on Yosuke-saurus.
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
了解だ、ナビ。
やってやる。
This one, guard. I mean, I have an entire hour of buffer set up for this run. That Death on Doe is gonna push that hour buffer. But I think I should still be within estimate.
了解した。行くぞ。
That's funny. I think Korra loses boost due to poison damage. No, he doesn't. Okay. Is it middle?
毒を受けてる。
ジョーカーがヤバそうだな。早く回復しねえと。
Here's what we'll do. We'll have you recover the status effects. Keep Joker defending. Mamudo. Status effects. You're last. So I'm gonna summon with you.
やってやる
Let's do it the other way. Revival will beat you. With you. Nocturne HD has both Maniacs and Maniacs Chronicles.
俺が行く。いいな。
やってやる
Okay, it's the one on the right, so this is healed Joker.
遅いな。
Okay.
弱点をつけるぞ。いっけ。
俺の拳受けてみろ。
Gonna do the same thing, stack up buffs, because we gotta get prepared for phase 2.
行くぞ
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
了解した
俺が行く。いいな。
やってやる
Things go.
こいつ強いぞ。
Awesome.
注意しろ。ナディ、了解だよ。大丈夫、ちゃんとやるよ。
Oh, dang it. My boss didn't go. We're into phase 2.
そんな、弱点じゃなかったのか。
俺の拳受けてみろ。
Infinite despair. Everyone's fully bound.
ダメだ、このままじゃ。
Can't use any skills.
無駄だ
Hikari actually says, I'm going to do something and help. At Hikari's chair.
私が助けるから。
Or we can remove the binds of one person. Before it gets reapplied on, like, the third turn.
私の応援がみんなの力になるなら。
Okay,
めよ
They do get a damage bonus with Hikari's cheer, but still.
いいぞ聞いてる
やるか
Okay, let's
フィニッシュを決めてやる。甘いな。
みんなの力になる
遠慮はしね
ならなんだか縛られてるみたい
And put the spur again.
えんだそりゃ
みんなの力になるなら
こんな封じ手を使ってくるとは。
遊んでんのか
At least with how much defending you're doing and how much free gauge that you just get.
それならそれで戦い方があるだろう
You're not really in danger of dying here. But it's still slow.
んだそりゃ
So there's so little that you can even do to play offensively.
いいぞ聞いてる
俺が行く。いいな。
いってなくそ
みんなの力になるなら
Armor Destroyer.
俺の拳受けてみろ。遅いな。
Nice crit, even though I don't think the boost matters.
いいぞ聞いてる
やるか
Thank you immediately goes even through boost? Yep, even through boost. Okay, gotta try it
それな
again.
らそれで戦い方があるだろうあめよ
私の応援がみんなの力になるならなんだか縛られてるみたい
The only way to remove these binds is with Hikari's cheer. There is AoE bind removal. It doesn't work.
いいぞ聞いてる
遠慮はしね
俺が行く。いいな。フィニッシュ。
Alright, we did. Only lost like 15 minutes, which I... Which I could have done. Yeah, I did SJR here once. It was a backup run. It went slightly over time. I think it went an hour over time. And then the one I did on RPG Limit Break was an hour under time. No, the past year was the one I did on RPG Limit Break. It was a while ago that I did SJR here. And it finally gets revealed as to what the... It will get finally revealed. It was called Hikari, the place or video. Alright, last key. But there's a fifth stratum. You know that girl, Nagi, there? Yeah, we can finally exit. This is a weird thing. I'm not gonna go too much past that. Turns out she was evil. She trapped Hikari as well as many others in these movie theaters. But she says, for you guys in particular, yeah, you guys can go. You got through all of it. You can go, but we're trying to save this for everyone else. So that's not why we're not going to just leave this whole movie theater area. Yeah, even though we could, we won't. Because we gotta save this for everyone else.
何を売っていただけるの？何を購入されます？何を売っていただけるのでしょう？
Get rid of some of these. Don't need too many of those.
効能は保証いたしますよ。
More of these.
ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。
This is mostly just gonna be a walk. Walk to the end of the fifth stratum. Outside. Fifth stratum. Outside.
Let's go, go!
Oh yeah, I could technically use my last growth incense now, but whatever. Got this FOE puzzle that, where you need to get them next to this pile of unidentified accessories, otherwise known as junk.
FOE から逃げ切る。
何が出るかな。行くぞ。
新手か。
ジョーカー、お前ならやれる。
俺の拳受けてみろ。
遊んでんのか。
Milwaukee to make my menuing easier.
リセ、ナビの交代よろしくな。期待してるぞ。
気をつけて。おっさきー。
こっちっすか。
According to my splits, walking to the very end of his stratum only takes 20 minutes.
おっさきー。
次のエリアに行けそうだね。どうする？
And then I just have an hour to finish it up. So we're looking good. At least for getting within estimate. Hey, where am I?
こっちだよ。罠はないようですね。
On these switches,
近くにスイッチ。
they swap which fans are working. And that's how you progress.
さあ、進みましょう。
Oh, whoops.
早く来い。
It's just straight down.
進め突き進むぞよ。
行きます。このシャドウは初めてだね。弱点探す。
Junker
もう諦めたの
move.
か。根性の前へ
Switch.
行くぞ。
チャンスだ蹴散らせ。よーしやっ。出来上がりが楽しみだな。
開けごまってか。
おい、宝箱があるぞ。
Right here.
嘘、流されてる。
おっさき。
気付けろ。
I commonly
追
mess
って
up.
きてやがる。
こっちね。
Yeah, cause I'm bad.
こちらです。あ、すごいか。おい。FOE に注意して。
Alright, yeah, I just did a slower version of this puzzle.
敵だ。やってやれ。
油断した。
しびれてるせいで動きが悪いな。
この程度のしびれ。
FOE に追われてる。注意して。
Okay, where am I on the map? So going through here is going to get me a Soma. Which I probably don't need them anyway.
やるか。
データがないから注意しろ。
そんじゃ探ってみっか。
早くおいでよ。
こっちだ。
おっさき。
That's how you
進もう
progress.
ぜ。
こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。先行きますね。
先に進もう。
よっしゃ行こうぜ。
I have to point out exactly what this FOE does, even in 5th Stratum.
この気配 FOE だな。
It mirrors your movement.
先は長。
よっしゃ行こうぜ。
行くぞ。さあゴングだ。
よーしやっ。
Oh, I still have 13 steps of repulse.
お先にであります。
Might as well grab this Breath and Sense, even though it really doesn't do a whole lot.
れじゃあ進もう。
よし前進だ。
Last floor that I have to really go through. Not technically the last floor, because last floor is the boss rush plus the final boss.
Oh
man, you have to totally point out that you have to hit the switch that we can't actually have direct access to, so you have to use the FOE that mirrors your movement to press the switch. Gotta point that out.
スイッチ見つけたよ。
よっしゃ行こうぜ。
よし行こう。
敵だ、やってやれ。これってピンチじゃ。
お、やべえ。
この敵かなり強いかも。どうする？
Wait, no, you don't do that. You do this, and then you do this.
流されてる？
Yeah, this is the last floor. Pretty much the last floor of the game. They're still pointing things out.
行くぞ。こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。時
Well, basically the last floor.
進もうぜ。
気をつけて。
So this right here, it's a side quest. We found a side quest right here. Oh yeah, that's just cash.
嘘、流されて。さ、行きましょう。敵だ、やってやれ。こいつ強いぞ。注意しろ。
叩く。
さあ、行こう。
FOE に狙われているな。
行きましょう。おい、レアなシャドウだ。逃がすなよ。すみません。
さっきの。
ほら、行くよ。
もう諦めたのか。
行こうぜ。
中身は何だろうな。プロテインか。
こっちこっち。 スイッチがありそうな気配。
行きましょう。
こいつは強敵だな。血が騒ぐぞ。
順調だね。さあ行こっか。
I only have one repulse pipe left, and I only need
階
one.
段発見。行ってみる？
Okay. Here they kind of try to make a plot point out of negative images, literal negative images having a negative connotation. That's what the floor is.
.とりあえず今はシャドウを倒すぞ。サポートは任せろ。
ここは引けないな。やってやる。
I still have Kuramaru in my party. I mean, that's fine. He's a good boy.
範囲攻撃を使うシャドウがいるな。防御を怠るなよ。
了解だ。任せ
Straight
とけ。
here. Display.
行くぞ。
Alright, thankfully Aki already went, so that's fine. Although him dying kind of sucks.
コロちゃん、すごい。危険な状態だぞ。無茶すんな。かなりピンチかも。私も頑張るね。
やってやる。
デストリア。いい腕だ、ノワール。
勝手に動くなって。コロちゃん大丈夫かな。回復しないと。
行くぞ。
I think my mind charge right now. No, it didn't. Okay. I think that was the turn it was going to run
サポ
out.
ートなら任せろよ。
了解だ。ナビ任せとけ。
やってやる。
Just gonna use. We need recovery.
受けてみろ。
行くぞ。
Oh, Joker just chill back. Morning, Shine.
腕だノワール。
コロちゃんは可愛さもレベル。
And then we get sent back. Oh, yeah, that doesn't quite happen right now, but we basically just get sent right back to the theater. It's like, oh, how do we deal with her? Oh, you know those films that we just corrected? Why don't we show that to all those other people having problems? And just replace it with those projectors. Showtime. We're ready to go. We're ready to go do a side quest.
「チケットを破棄されるのですね。発見するチケット発見完了でございます。
We need to find music. The reward for this side quest is some EXP and a Champ's Cape. That Champ's Cape is what I'm after. Ready to do this side quest. Side quest is basically go to a spot and come back within a number of steps. So it's a speedrun side quest.
あれ？スイッチがあるね。
I hit the button. Didn't mean to do that. Doesn't matter quite yet, but it's annoying. Have to hit this.
待ちかねたぞ。
チャンスだ。蹴散らせ。よーし、や。
I thought I only needed one.
ナビ。
Pulse pipe left. Apparently I needed two.
僕に続いてください。
私たちなら大丈夫。そうだよね。おい。
Alright, we did the side quest. We found music to cheer on up. And we get some EXP for everyone, so everyone's gonna be learning skills. Just before the final boss, we want to see you! Yo, snacking heart. Get like 5 HP per turn. Oh baby. Bufu. Alright, we're no longer amped up. Alright, Korra, you did well. I'm going to swap you out. And use a growth incense on P3MC. So, P3MC has a passive skill called Fool's Card, which makes all elemental damage, or is like a buff to all elemental damage. Turns out, that buff is super strong. Bathroom break! We're leveling up! Time to go take a bathroom break. Yeah, full card. So there's boost, amp, and turbo in this game. Full card is turbo for all elements. It's nuts. I mean, I guess we can keep Heat Riser. I think we have Mega Delay on that he learns. Which actually doesn't work with full card at all. This is funny. And this last one we'll just give to Shinji. It's not gonna give him a whole lot of levels, but hey, it's something. Okay, person character, the sack drops, no. Alright. Oh, Heat Riser is single target Luster Candy. Haru already has it anyway.
No, ne.
Okay, so last... Okay. Mother Harlot, register with Ice Amp. Create Special Fusion. We will need Pale Rider. does not matter what I pass. At all. Where did that third projector come from? And now we are going to sack onto this Pale Rider. I'll just rebuy this Garuda. Yeah. I need Shura Tensei. Pale Rider also has Death Chaser. Those are the two skills I need. Let me go ahead and just rebuy the Garuda. Alright. So we got a Pale Rider, and Mithras for Siegfried. Siegfried, I want Armor Destroyer, Shura Tensei, and Death Chaser. Actually, I don't know if that even matters, but follow my notes. Siegfried, Amitama. All we need is Shura Tensei. We got Kreshnik. That's what we did that side quest for, is just for Kreshnik. And what was it, Pale Rider? Sacrifice Mother Harlot to Kreshnik. Pass Ice Amp. Siegfried to Kreshnik. Gotta keep leveling him up. Okay. Now I need to fuse some stuff. Pale Rider, and I have Moloch. Bugs and Tamlin. Bugs, Tamlin. Doesn't matter, you're just going to be sacrificed. Moloch, Pale Rider. Doesn't matter, you're just going to be sacrificed. Go into Kreshnik. Go into Kreshnik. I do not need Death Chaser. Golden Link is what I'm after. Is this Cody gonna get him? Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of extra money, but I guess I didn't apparently need all that extra money. So Niflheim Severe Ice, that's not what we need. We want Ice Strike Link. Okay, Garuda, so I need Moloch, Harlot, Harlot, Moloch, Garuda, Pale Rider. I need that Death Chaser. Okay, Krezhnik onto you. Pale Rider onto you. Harlot back onto you. Moloch onto Haru. And Garuda back on the Shinji. And then every 60k extra I have,
閲覧なさい。
I get Lakshmi's. And past that dodge arts.
新た合体ですね。
捧げるのね。
Lakshmi onto... we'll go...
本当に必要なのかしら。
Just to raise evasion. Mara cameo. There's more than cameos of Mara happening earlier on. Okay. I think my items are fine. Yeah. Didn't even need that Akashic record. Summiteer. Looks fine. Oh, I forgot one little part. The accuracy. The accuracy accessories. Forgot about that.
ちゃんと準備して、また行こうね。
何を売っていただけるのでしょう。何を購入、いろいろと取り揃えております。
They're like 10k each.
ご購入ありがとうございます。ご購入ありがとうございます。
And then the stuff that they have just sells for a bunch.
ご購入ありがとうございます。
チケット売り場が呼んでるから。
Onto the hologram. Alright, so now we have a boss rush. So we get to see actual elemental damage work, but it's still physically based. So you just have different versions of the bosses that we fought in the other 4 stratums. So Shura Tensei, you triple your damage, but every turn you lose half of your health and it can kill you. And Death Chaser means that there's a follow-up attack, follow-up normal attack with whatever happens in the front row.
了解だナビ任せとけ
Did I do Heaven's Blade? Yeah, Heaven's Blade, Heaven's
私も頑
Blade.
張るね
Ice Strike Link. $500 damage, takes half his health. And then Links, you do follow-up attacks based off of whatever you hit the Link off of. It works with Death Chaser! And because I have Kreshnik, I can link up to 8 times a turn, and it does more damage every link.
No.
That was a boss. So there's another boss. Yeah, so this is why we do that grinding.
やるからには勝たせてもらうぞ
Bilate,
油断する
Heat
なよ
Riser, Shura Tensei, Heal Up.
おやべ
I do kind of have to hope that
いつでも言ってくれ
Destroyer,
ありがとうナビ
Blade,
私も頑張るね
Blade, please don't get rid of Link. Okay, got rid of Diorama. By the way, you can still Link if you're dead. If that Shura Tensei hit kills him, perfectly fine, he'll still Link. Yeah, and then Heaven's Blade, if they don't get hit, they do another attack at the end of turn. That's what that Heaven's Strike is. Which is another 2 Link hits.
ノワール見事なり力が溢れてくる
It's actually just doing Aeon Rain. Yep, that was enough. Didn't need to Link. That was another boss.
やったレベルアップ
Okay, next.
進もうぜ
それじゃあ進もう
Do I need to heal up? No, we're good. It's Doug.
こいつ強いぞ注意しろ
Just do it
絶対勝た
again.
なきゃね
さあやろうまずいなやったな
お
サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
了解だナビ。
私も頑張るね。
やってやる。
He's weak to it, but only gets like an extra 20% damage. I can't Death Chase it from the grave though, unlike linking. Gets used. There's a lot of party swapping. There was a lot of Koromaru being a good boy. That's the important part. We got to see big pupper damage. No, that's not infinite. It only has 8 follow-ups. That was just so much damage that I did its entire HP and damage. Oh yeah, we set Mara onto Koromaru. It's great.
油断するなよ。
さあやろう。
やってやる。カモシだー。カモシだー。クラッシュ。
遅い。
お、サポート可能だぞ。いつでも言ってくれ。
了解だ。任せとけ。
Blade.
行こう。
Blade.
行くぞ。カモシだー。
いい攻撃だ。
I love the crit. Now we're good. This is so funny. It's just on the ground, I'm gonna wail on him. Heroic Gemini, another 2 Ice Links. Alright, Shinji's turn to get an attack in. Ice Link. Chase it. Ice Link. Alright, end of turn. Heaven Strike. Link. Death Chaser. Link. He's dead. That was a boss. Just go back to heal. I could actually just use a Soma to heal out of battle, but nah.
準備はいい？行くよ。
Okay, final boss. We're ready. So a reminder, if you get here at level 60, the best you can hope for a time of completing the final boss is an hour. This strategy does it in 15 minutes. "15 minutes including these cutscenes." Yeah, good lord. Good lord, everyone.
逆らうだけ無駄よ。
なんていうや
That's
つ
what
なんだ。
we're gonna do.
みんな注意しろ。
この戦い絶対に勝つぞ。やってやる。はっ。
なぜわからないの？
よし、準備万端。サポートなら任せろ
Destroy
よ。
her armor. Evan's
Ready.
blade. Evan's blade. Link. Heal up.
逆らうだけ無駄よ。
くそ。
無駄よ。思い知りなさい。
いってなくそ。
Alright, we're gonna get 6 link hits in, at least. Heroic Gemini? Heroic Gemini, okay, we get 8 hits.
無駄よ。
I already did enough damage to phase change, like a while ago.
ロワール、見事なり。力が溢れてくる。行きます。
遠慮はしない。
やってやる。うわっ。
受け入れなさい。こ
Like, I only needed to do about half as much damage there. People are changing. They're not relying on staying inside with the movie theater because they saw Hikari's heartwarming changes to the movies. And then she becomes big. You gotta actually look like a final boss to be a final boss, you know?
思い知れ。
ここまで来たらやるしかない。
I got the chaser, it was just
花
yourself.
から負ける
Let's
つも
see.
りはねえ。全力でぶちのめす。
So this fight is actually kind of weird. Oh, come on. That's really annoying.
おい立て直せるか。
この状況だ。無理はするな。
大丈夫、ちゃんとやるよ。
やってやる。
She's gonna use the countdown. This is why I want to keep the Sama though.
遅いな。
Okay, set up Death Chaser again.
私も頑張るね。
行こう。
And then get rid of this bind.
行くぞ。
She does like to use the Kunda and Dikaja. Get rid of these buffs. I have to do this to make him go first. Destroyer.
遠慮はしねえ。
Blade.
大丈夫、ちゃんとやるよ。
Link. Use the Sama. Dakunda as expected. The resist actually doesn't do a whole lot. This turn's gonna last a little while, by the way. We might do enough damage so that we can get the threshold done. We missed! Level 72, still didn't get there. Alright. Baton pass. Make you go first.
俺が行く。いいな。
私も頑張るね。
Okay, time to link
やってや
again.
る。
P3MC might die, that's fine. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, that's fine. He can still link from the grave. See? Although those buffs getting removed really sucks. Means I can't use Death Chaser. But I'm still linking. There we go. We got past the threshold anyway.
やるか。
大丈夫、ちゃんとやるよ。
行くぞ。
設備に逆らう愚か者に。
Oh, retake. Okay. Yeah, this is a thing that the boss does. That turn meant nothing! He's dead again.
うわ、どういうことだ。時間が。
We'll just do it again?
思い知れ。
当たらない。
Well, getting slept is pretty annoying. Means that they lose their turns. No target for Heat Riser.
戻る前の行動を覚えてるってことか。すごいことしてくるな。
Okay, so what we're looking for here is for her to start charging up, which is going to be that. That's when she'll stop using her annoying thing. Yeah, she'll do this rage to start charging up, and she'll be weak to ice.
すごい力が溜まってる。あれが来たら危ないぞ。
Chaser.
私も頑張るね。
Let's see, it's gonna be. It's not gonna be enough, so we'll just
大丈夫、ちゃんとやるよ。
do another set of these. Tensei
やってやる。
up.
遅いな。
She won't use Dikunda or Dikaja. Here. And she takes like a whole bunch of turns to charge up.
お、寒さに弱い。
It's weak against ice. Freeze away.
任せろ。
私も頑張るね。
行くぞ。
知るがいい。
重いな。
And then, yeah, that's 8 hits. 8 link hits. Dang, I can't link past 8. Rage. 2 more link hits. Nice boost. Oh, here's the big attack. Watch out!
遠慮はしない。
このまま畳みかけよう。
The big attack she's been charging up for. It only hits the front row, by the way. Still hasn't happened yet. Armor strike. Okay. Wait. There's the attack. My front row might just completely die. If that happens, that's fine. Just null it. The big attack survives it anyway. I think she's dead at this point. She's already dead. No, she's already dead! We don't need to link anymore, she's already dead! And then we're disappearing. This is basically the P4 ending. You can do it, Hikari! Nothing happened. Strong. Nothing happened. Very strong. Feelings. Well, look, it's FMC, 114 HP. Hey, he's back. Who's this guy? Why is Joker in the front row? Alright, we get the final unison attack. Ready for this? The finishing blow. $500 damage. Not even... It's just a fraction of the Ice Link damage. That's timing, by the way. And time. So, probably just need to keep going and not wait through the credits. The credits are a good length. Well, yeah, basically we won. Everyone's better now. Basically the ending is, wow, I got better, but it's for everyone. No, it's, wow, I'm cured. Wow, I'm cured, said everyone. That's the ending. And then we all went back to forget about everything. We can say our goodbyes if we want. And we'll get to the credits, and that's about it. That's about as much as we can really do because of how much time I have left, and the fact that the next runner does kind of want to start a bit early. Bye.
みんな